These cases have already been accused. Individuals have already had their initial appearance and bonds have been set in these cases. Today, we're going to get an idea of how the defendants would like to move forward. Either they would consider a plea recommendation from the prosecutor, who is the Solicitor General of Fulton County, and consider entering a guilty or no contest plea to in exchange for the recommendation. Otherwise, the defendants also have a right to plead not guilty and have their cases further noticed for trial. Other matters that we may address today are bond modifications, bench warrants, and as well as our competency calendar. If you are a defendant charged with one or more misdemeanor offenses, please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. Okay, Mr. Haddad, good morning. Who do we have with you?
Good morning, Judge. Position number 33, Michael Hirsch. That's ready for a negotiated plea, Judge.
All right. Okay, here we go. Michael Hurst is case number is 24 CR 6852E. Mr. Hurst has been accused of theft by receiving stolen property, willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and misdemeanor possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce from a October 2nd, 2024 incident. Mr. Hurst, you've been advised of your rights, and for purposes of the plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dudley, good morning. And yes, sir, what's the state's recommendation?
Good morning, Judge. And the state's recommendation is going to be for the theft by receiving stolen property, 12 months probation, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, no further contact with Tierra Betts, and an anti-theft course on count 2, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1, a $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, and count 3, the possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce will be null pros along with this plea.
Mr. Haddad, does your client accept these terms, and do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, to both, Judge. I would just ask the court to consider suspending the probation once he completes all the conditions, Judge.
Any objection to non-reporting, Mr. Dudley?
No objection.
All right, I'll place him on non-reporting probation. Is that acceptable?
It is, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hurst, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Medicine?
Medicine and or alcohol. Have you consumed any of those substances recently?
No, I am on
No, you don't have to tell me, what medication you're on. I want to preserve your privacy. I just want to know whether you consumed any.
Oh, no, I haven't.
All right. Are you able to understand what's going on in your case?
Yes.
And have you understood your attorney?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with his services?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the plea offer? And is this something that you're accepting freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to accept this plea offer, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial. You will not get the opportunity to go back to court, confront your accuser, challenge the evidence that will be presented in front of you, be able to have your attorney help you to present your defenses and arguments, and have the prosecutor carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights? I'm sorry, did you?
Oh, wow. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regard to the theft by receiving stolen property and willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer, how do you plead?
Guilty.
The marijuana charge is null pros, that is dismissed. On the theft charge, your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. If you have no other holds at the Fulton County Jail, then you should be released within 24 hours. You will report to probation on Monday, and that would be October 28th, 2024, before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street, in downtown Atlanta. While you're on probation, you shall have no contact with Tiara Betts. You're to stay 200 yards away from Miss Betts, and you're not to be seen anywhere near her or communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. And this applies to your active probation time and your non-reporting probation time. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, you're to complete an anti-theft class. You shall enroll in an anti-theft class within 60 days of being released. On count 2, your sentence is 12 months concurrent with count 1 with an additional $300 fine. You shall pay that $300 fine at the rate of $30 per month, minimum payment of $30 per month. And complete 40 hours of voluntary community service, and you shall complete that at a rate of minimum 5 hours per month. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you've paid off your fine, you've done your community service, and you've completed the anti-theft class, and your probation fees are up to date, then your probation will be non-reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Next, Your Honor, we're gonna go to position number 2, Mr. Azizi Accord. Hey, Azizi, you come this way.
Is Mr. White in the courtroom, or is he zooming in?
He's zooming in, Judge.
Okay,
I'm up
there
here.
he is. All right, good morning, Mr. White.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, let's see, we have position, case number 24 CR 006993D. Mr. Azizi J. Akwat is accused of criminal trespass from October 10th of this year. Mr. Akwat, you've been advised of your rights. May I place you under oath for the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? You need to respond yes or no, or you can leave your mask on, but respond louder. All right, you can put your hand down now. Ms. Desiano, good morning. And what's the recommendation for Mr. Akwat?
Good morning, Your Honor. State's recommendation is 12 months served, 30 days, credit for time served, 15 days, balance suspended. Stay away from all MARTA property until January 5th, 2025, in accordance with his current MARTA suspension. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea, nothing further.
We stipulate, Your Honor, just ask to accept the plea as negotiated.
Mr. Akwat, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
What's going on? That's what she's asking. Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney, Mr. White?
Never negotiated that in my plea.
Repeat your sentence, please. What did you just say? Are you happy with the lawyer that you?
If you're happy with your lawyer, you need to say yes or no.
Most of the can, as you repeat that, what is the state recommendation?
Your Honor, he's asking what the state's recommendation is, and I explained that the court is asking if he's satisfied with his lawyer, but if we can just, Ms. Desiano, if you don't mind, if you could just put the offer again on the table, or Mr. White.
Certainly. The state's recommending 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. That's from October 10th, 2024 to today. Balance suspended. Stay away from all MARTA properties until January 5th, 2025, in accordance with the active MARTA suspension that you've already been given that bans you from the MARTA property until January 5th, 2025.
Mr.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. White, your version of it.
Mr. Court, it's like we spoke about yesterday. You'll be released within the next 24 hours. Your balance is suspended, but you just can't go back to MARTA until January 5th.
You understand? Okay, just now answer the judge's questions.
Mr. Akwat, did you understand the sentence if you decide to plead guilty today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you have received?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to criminal trespass, you would have to give up your right to a trial. You
Yes,
will
ma'am.
not go back into a courtroom. You will not be able to challenge the evidence that we brought before you. You will not have an attorney to present your defenses and arguments. You will not get a chance to confront those accusing you of this crime. Also, the prosecutor will not have to do her job to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Did you need something from Mr. Haddad?
Do you need something from me?
Accept it.
Yeah. He's just indicating he accepts the plea, Judge.
All right. How do you plead to one count of criminal trespass at Marta?
Guilty.
Repeat.
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. Your jail time is over and the remainder of the time is suspended. This case is closed. However, if you return to any MARTA station, use any of the buses or the trains, or if you are seen at any of the parking lots, sidewalks, or the bathrooms at a MARTA property, you will be arrested again and brought back to jail. And this suspension will stay in place until January 5th, 2025. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, please.
Next, we have position number 15, Mr. Michael Brown. Come on, Zizi.
All right, let me know when you want me to switch to AC/DC. Position 15, Michael Brown, and this is going to be a plea. Is that correct, Mr. White?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown, you have been accused under case number 24 CR 6964B. And the charges against you are failure of a pedestrian to use the sidewalk when provided, and also soliciting rides or business as a pedestrian, allegedly on October 9th, 2024, at the south exit ramp at Sidney Marcus Boulevard. Mr. Brown, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Tom White. Do you see Mr. White on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Brown, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Daciano?
Your Honor, state's recommendation for count 1 is time served, 16 days. The recommendation for count 2 is 12 months served, 32 days, credit for time served, 16 days, balance suspended. Stay away from the Georgia 400 South exit ramp at the intersection of Sidney Marcus Boulevard. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
Your Honor, we do stipulate for purposes of the plea, although I'm not so sure there's a sidewalk provided right there, but be that as it may.
I never really looked. Now, next time I'll look and see if there's one. But right now, Mr. Brown, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you've received?
Yes, I am.
If you decide to plead guilty today to these charges, you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get a chance to go back to a courtroom, challenge the evidence that'll be brought against you, present your own defenses and arguments, confront those accusing you of these charges, and have the prosecutor prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the 2 charges against you?
Guilty.
On count 1 is time served, which is to serve 16 days, correct, for time served 16 days. And on count 2 is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance suspended. Mr. Brown, if you have no other cases against you, you should be released within 24 hours. However, you cannot go back to that intersection on Georgia 400 and Sidney Marcus Boulevard. I know it's a popular spot, but unfortunately, you cannot go there. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are spotted at that location, you are just buying yourself a one-way ticket back to jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you could do one at ACDC. We're
All
gonna
right,
go
I can do one case at ACDC. Did you
Yeah,
hear
we're
that,
gonna go
Deputy
one and
Fran?
one.
One and one. Okay, Deputy
Yeah.
Francois? Is that Francois? I can't see.
Yes, it is. Good morning,
Okay.
Judge Law. No, I was
Morning.
gonna say, courtroom two can go ahead because they have a lot more than we do.
All right.
All
You
right.
owe her a Kit Kat. All right. Who do we have?
This is going to be position number 17 and 18, Stanley Doherty.
Okay. Mr. Stanley Doherty is got two matters before the court. In each case, he's accused of criminal trespass. Case number 24 CR 6889F and 24 CR 6349F. Mr. Doherty, one of the trespass charges is from October 4th of this year. The other one's from September 8th of this year. And you have been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Haddad. Is that correct, Mr. Haddad? Yeah,
is,
that's
Judge.
correct. Okay. So for purposes of the plea, Mr. Doherty, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? You need to say yes or no.
Yes.
All right, a little louder, okay? Can you speak a little louder?
Yes.
Okay. You have to speak a little louder because we have a court reporter and she needs to hear what you are saying. Ms. Daciano, what's the recommendation on both cases?
Your Honor, for position 17, the state's recommendation is 12 months, served 42 days, credit for time served 21 days, balance suspended, stay away from the Shell at 3160 Greenbrier Parkway Southwest. State's recommendation for position 18 is 12 months, served 44 days, credit for time served 22 days, balance probated, no further contact with Mike Panjwani and Pradeep Labana. Stay away from that same Shell station at 3160 Greenbrier Parkway. $400 of restitution to the owner, Mike Panjwani, and an MHET. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea. And if Your Honor could sound for Mr. Panjwani and Mr. Labana.
Mr. Pradeep Labana and Mr. Mike Panjwani. Well, after all that work on pronouncing these names, they're not here. Okay. Mr. Haddad, does your client agree to the terms, and do you stipulate to the venue-based, factual basis and ID?
We do, Judge. I would just ask the court to consider waiving the first 2 months of probation fees only because he's limited income. He gets Social Security. He also has to pay the restitution and take care of the mental health evaluation.
All right.
Okay, questions?
I'll waive the 2 months, which, well, just to make it easier, I'll just waive it through the end of this year. And then he'll need to start paying probation fees from January 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Doherty, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Right.
Yes.
Have you taken anything right now? Is what she's asking.
He's nodding his head, but he needs to understand that he needs to verbalize it.
Some medicine last night.
Judge, he says he took some medicine last night.
Okay. After taking the medicine, are you still able to understand what's going on right now?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, he's probation.
Yeah, it's time served. She's asking if you're satisfied with me.
Yes, I am.
All right. And you've got 2 charges of criminal trespass at the same Shell gas station. Are you entering a guilty plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes.
Has it been explained to you that if you enter this guilty plea, you will not be going back to court for a trial? You will not get a chance to confront your accuser, challenge the witnesses and testimony and evidence that will be brought against you. You will also not get a chance to argue your defenses before a judge or a jury. and the prosecutor won't have to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand what I've just said to you?
Yes,
Are you willing to give up these rights?
yes,
Was that a yes?
yes,
How do you plead to the 2 counts of criminal trespass in these 2 cases?
guilty,
For the incident from October 4th on position 17, your sentence is 12 months to serve 42 days. Credit for time served 21 days. You cannot go back to the Shell gas station at 3160 Greenbrier Parkway in Southwest Atlanta. Do you know the location I'm talking about?
yes,
You cannot return to that location. Do you understand, sir?
yes,
Okay. Now you'll have to pay attention to the next sentence. On position 18, your sentence is 12 months to serve 44 days, credit for time served 22 days. You will be released within 24 hours, and then you must report to probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. Do you understand, sir?
yes.
The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
How long do I have to do on probation?
You will be on probation for 10.5 months.
But you have to complete the classes, the evaluation and the fine, the restitution, okay? Okay.
10.5 months, you'll be on probation. And you will report on Monday before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, again, do not return to that Shell gas station at all. And you're to have no contact with the people who work there, specifically Mike Panjwani and Pradeep Labana. You cannot have any contact with the people who work there. Understood?
Yes,
You report to probation every month, once a month. Your probation fees are going to be waived until the end of this year, and then you have to start paying your probation fees from January 1st, 2025 onwards. You also have to pay $400 in restitution to the owner, Mike Panjwani, and you've got to make a minimum payment of $40 per month. Do you understand?
yes,
Also, within 30 days of being released, you will have to go to a healthcare provider like Grady Hospital, and you need to do an MH evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment that's required. Has your attorney explained that to you?
yes,
Do you understand what an MH evaluation is?
yes.
Okay, within 30 days, you need to submit to one. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next case, Miss McLeod, good morning. Do you know what
Morning,
position
Your Honor.
it is? Do you know what
Position
position
51,
this
Your
is?
Honor. Position 51, Mr. Tyson Williams.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss McLeod. Where are you? Your Wi-Fi was freezing up just now.
Oh, I'm at the courthouse, Your Honor.
Okay, that explains it. Okay. Okay. This is State versus Tyson Evan Williams, accused of simple battery family violence, from March 8th, 2023. Okay. And Mr. Williams has been advised of his rights, and his attorney is Ms. Maureen McLeod. Ms. McLeod, is this a plea to disorderly conduct?
Yes, Your Honor, and it's 2 cases.
Yes, you're correct. Sorry about that. Position 52, Mr. Williams is accused of battery family violence from September 12th, 2023, under accusation 23 CR 5481J. He was originally charged with battery family violence, but apparently is going to be reduced as long as he complies with the conditions of the sentence. So is your client prepared to take the plea in both cases? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Ms. McLeod.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dudley, What is the recommendation for Mr. Williams on positions 51 and 52?
Both positions reduce both charges to disorderly conduct. The defendant is to be on probation for 12 months, run concurrently for each, and to remain in the Grady ACT treatment program that he is currently enrolled in. And that's the state's recommendation for both charges.
All right, is this going to be a consecutive sentence?
No, Your Honor, it's a concurrence.
All right, I just want to be sure, Mr. Dudley, because the notes that I received from the state, it says not concurrent with other charge.
I have to.
So
I
can I
see.
confirm that this is a concurrent sentence?
Yes, Your Honor, this is going to be a concurrent sentence.
Okay, just want to be sure. Thank you. Ms. McLeod, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. A couple of people appeared on the screen when Mr. Williams' case was called. Did you all have something to say? Shelby Rose and Ms. Fisher?
I believe his mom and the sister may be on, as well as his caseworker at Grady. I believe she's on as well, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Fisher is Grady's caseworker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shelby Rose, did you want to say something?
No, just here to support my brother.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Let's say so.
All right,
No.
okay. And have you understood what's going on in your cases?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you have received?
Yes.
And do you understand that you'll be entering a guilty plea to a reduced charge of disorderly conduct?
Yes.
If you decide to enter such a plea, you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. Your case will be closed out, you'll be on probation, and you will not get a chance. Can someone put Clifford Milliam in the waiting room, please?
Yeah.
Put him in the waiting room. Thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, I'm sorry about that. Mr. Williams, listen very carefully. If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, there will be no trial. You will not be able to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not be able to challenge the evidence brought against you, confront your accuser, and have the prosecutor prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
I was, but I just want to make sure it's the same probation that I was gonna sign up for when I was on the outside, when I was talking to my lawyer.
It is, Tyson.
All right, as long as it's the same thing that we agreed on when I was free, then I will take that.
It is the same thing.
All right.
Ms. McLeod, I have no idea what that conversation was about, but
He just wanted to make sure that what I spoke with him about on Saturday when I went to see him at the jail, it's the same thing. And it is.
okay. And Mr. Williams, if this is what you have agreed with the state and your attorney, are you prepared to give up the constitutional rights to a trial, as I've just indicated?
Yes.
How do you plead to 2 counts of disorderly conduct?
Guilty.
On position 51, and on position 52, your sentence is going to be 12 months probation, and these are concurrent, which means that you serve one set of 12 months of probation for both cases. You will report to probation on Monday, October 28th.
Is it the acting probation?
Listen very carefully. You will report to Fulton County Probation on Monday, October 28th, before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. You will be reporting to the probation office once a month. While you're on probation, you shall be part and you shall remain in the Grady ACT treatment program. and you will remain in that program for a minimum of the 12 months that you're on probation. Do you understand?
So the Grady Act program is the probation, right? Or is like? It's
You
different?
are, the act, okay, y'all, I don't know what y'all had, that's why I'm not party to that previous conversation.
I'm
So
saying
Ms.
what
McLeod,
I understood.
please, okay, go ahead and tell me what you understood.
What I understood was I was gonna be in the Grady Act team for 12 months. When I signed the deal, when I pled the deal, so I'm gonna be in the Grady Act team for 12 months.
Yes,
Okay.
Tyson.
Anything else you want to add, Ms. McLeod, to clarify his sentence?
He is going to be with the Grady Act team, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is a primary part of this probation agreement.
That is the program that he needs to remain in, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And what arrangement has the state and the defense counsel made with regards to his reporting requirements to probation?
He will be reporting to the program at Grady. That was my understanding. That was what we agreed on.
Yeah, that's
Mr. Dudley?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So he's not required to report to probation at all?
He is required to report just to ensure that he maintains his status in that program. If we're able to contact a representative of the program, which I believe is what was done beforehand, to make sure that he's still going, then it's not necessary for him to directly report. But because that can be up in the air, we're gonna have it that he reports.
Right, and she is on the Zoom, Your Honor. We have spoken. So she's
Okay.
very much involved in this, and she's actually on the Zoom.
I understand, but Ms. Fisher, I need to make sure the defendant understands exactly what he's reporting and to where. Can you explain to me and to everyone else whether as part of the ACT treatment program, you already have a built-in reporting requirement, or is he required to also report to Fulton County Probation once a month?
I mean, he has a team of people that he meets with weekly. He has a physician assistant, RN, peer support, substance abuse counselor. So we meet with him weekly, at least 3 people a week.
Okay, understood. Okay, so it is in essence a counseling or a treatment program, correct?
Yes, Your
In
Honor.
the community,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Are any of those individuals as part of the team required to report to Fulton County Probation?
I mean, we're not required unless.
No, I just needed to know whether it's
No,
part of
we're
the
not
overall
required.
team. Okay, thank you
Your
so much,
Honor.
Ms. Fisher. Thank you. Yes, Ms. McLeod?
As part of it, I believe part of it was that Tyson could report by phone to let them know if he was still in the program. And if he's not in the program, then they would let the court know that he's not in the program.
And that's fine with the state, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Williams, this is what the court is going to require. Are you listening?
Yes.
Your first visit has to be in person. On Monday, October 28th, before 3 p.m., you're going to report in person to the Fulton County Probation.
All right.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after that, your probation reporting requirements are going to be by telephone or by email, whichever program you and your probation officer sets up.
Yes,
All right? And you don't get to pick. Your probation officer is going to get to pick it. So if your probation officer requires you to report by phone, that's how you have to report. If they want it by email, that's how you have to report. But that's a discussion that you and your probation officer must have on the first visit. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you report to probation as established by your probation officer. For the next 12 months, you are to be actively participating in the ACT treatment program, which means weekly visits.
Mhm.
And every month that you report to probation, you must show proof that you are attending those visits.
All right.
And if you skip a visit, or if you miss a few weeks, probation is authorized to revoke probation and have you arrested again.
And then I'm gonna have to do like 12 months.
This is going to be for 12 months.
All right.
Thank you. Is Miss Thomas on Zoom?
She should be. I know the intake people are,
Who is here with probation?
I don't see Miss Thomas on here.
Okay, Miss McLeod, those are the requirements. First time in-person visit, after that telephonic or email as set forth by the PO. And then, but he needs to show proof of attendance.
We'll make sure that happens, Your Honor.
All right.
Excuse me, Judge, before we move forward, I have a question. When will he be able to be processed and released? Based off
24
of these?
hours.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all I can ballpark it. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I appreciate you being here. All right. Thank you. Courtroom 2, who do we have? Oh,
That
sorry,
conclu-
Ms. McLeod.
That concludes my business before the court today.
Okay. Katrina tells me you have one more, and I just want to be sure if you're on the competency calendar.
7 and 48.
47 and 48, Alonzo Wilkinson.
Oh, is Mr. Wilkins available for me to speak with him?
Yes, you can call 220-60.
I'll call him.
I need you to move over.
Okay,
And Your Honor, this is gonna be position number 19, Mr. James Davis.
thank you. This is State versus James Davis, case number 24 CR 006-966F. Mr. Davis has been accused of theft by receiving stolen property from June 6, 2023. And Mr. Davis, you've been advised of your rights. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, you need to say yes or no so that our court reporter can hear you. Ms.
Yes,
Desiano, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated, complete an anti-theft course, no contact with Naya Brooks, 40 hours of community service, and restitution open for 30 days. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea. And if Your Honor can please sound for Miss Naya Brooks.
Naya Brooks? This will be the time to unmute and start your video. All right. Okay, Mr. Haddad, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We stipulate, Judge.
All right. Mr. Davis, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter such a plea, you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get the chance to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence presented against you, present your defenses, and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of theft by receiving stolen property?
Yes, ma'am.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. The remainder of the time will be on probation. You report to probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you are to complete an anti-theft class, and you must enroll in that class within 60 days of being released. You are to have no contact with Naya Brooks, and you are to maintain a current address and contact information because the prosecutor will want to schedule a hearing in order to address restitution.
Your Honor, would the court consider, placing on non-reporting once all the conditions are complete? I neglected to ask that initially, Judge. I apologize.
Oh, well, first of all, let me just make sure that he understands about the restitution. Do you understand about the restitution hearing, Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am. Would probation will inform me out, will give me out information too, also, right?
Well, as long as you give them a good contact information where to reach you,
Right,
because if you miss that restitution hearing, then you could be in trouble.
Okay, yeah, I would have all the information. I have address and phone.
Okay. The other thing you have to do is 40 hours of voluntary community service. You have to do a minimum of 5 hours per month or try to do the 40 hours as soon as possible. And you can do that at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. Please keep in mind that once you've completed the anti-theft class, once you've completed the 40 hours of community service, and if the issue of restitution no longer exists and your probation fees are up to date, then your probation will be non-reporting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right.
Next one is gonna be position number 21, Mr. Gregory Foth.
41, okay?
21.
21, Judge.
21, okay.
You heard the types of questions, just gonna ask you the same thing, okay?
Ms. Desiano, with respect to this restitution hearing, it is completely the state's burden to make sure that notices are sent out for your restitution hearing, okay? Because probation is not going to do anything with that respect. They will just maintain current contact information for the prosecution to send notices and so forth to address restitution.
Yes,
Okay?
sure. Mhm.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, 21, we have Gregory Quentin Fose, F-O-S-E. Mr. Fose is accused of loitering and prowling, willful obstruction of an officer, and giving false information to an officer under accusation 24 CR 7001H. Mr. Fose, you've been advised of your rights, and your attorney is Mr. Haddad. This is going to be a plea. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Desiano, with regard to Mr. Fose, what are we doing?
Your Honor, for count 1, state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, stay away from the Temple of Prayer at 161 Senoia Road in Fairburn. For count 2, the obstruction, 12 months probation concurrent with count 1 and a $300 fine or community service. Count 3, 12 months probation concurrent with count 1, and probation may terminate as soon as he's paid the fine associated with the obstruction charge, Your Honor. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
Go ahead, Mr. Haddad.
I'm sorry, Judge, we stipulate.
All right, and Mr. Haddad, which option would your client like to do? The $300 fine or the 30 hours of voluntary community service?
Community service, Judge.
Okay, so not the fine, all right?
Yes.
Mr. Fose, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that by entering such a plea, your case will be closed out and placed on probation? You will not be getting an opportunity to go back to court to have a trial. You will not be able to confront your accuser, challenge evidence brought against you, present your defenses, and have the state prove the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to loitering and prowling, willful obstruction of an officer, and giving false information to an officer?
Guilty.
On count 1, loitering and prowling is going to be 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. balance probated. You will report to Fulton County Probation on Monday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. For the loitering and prowling conviction, you are to stay away from the Temple of Prayer at 161 Sonoya Road in Fairburn. For the willful obstruction, it's going to be 12 months concurrent with count 1, and you are to complete 30 hours of voluntary community service. You are to do a minimum of 5 hours per month at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. And count 3 is 12 months concurrent with count 1. Upon completing the 30 hours of voluntary community service and being up to date with all your probation fees, then your probation will terminate. But at all times, you cannot return to that Temple of Prayer, otherwise you'll be arrested again. Mr. Haddad?
And I apologize, Judge. If I can ask the court to allow him, 48 hours from release. The reason I say that, he's got a Douglas County hold. So as soon as he's done here in Fulton County, he's going to be picked up to Douglas. I don't know the circumstances there, but once he's released from Douglas, he'll have to report to probation. I think he was worried that he may not be out of.
No, I understand that. I didn't know he had a hold. All right. Mr. Fose, with regards to your reporting to Fulton County Probation, as soon as you are released from any other holds that you have, including Douglas County, you shall report to Fulton County Probation on the first available weekday, which is going to be either Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, before 3 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right? It's up to you to make sure you report. If you don't, well, you'll be seated next to Mr. Haddad again. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. McLeod, have you had your breakout?
I have, Your Honor, and it's Mr. Wilkinson's going to be a plea.
Okay.
His position, 748, Mr. Wilkinson.
This is State versus Alonzo Wilkinson, accused of criminal trespass from May 14th at 24 CR 6986G. And he's also accused of simple battery under accusation 24 CR 7012G from October 10th, 2024. Mr. Wilkinson, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Ms. McLeod, and this is going to be a plea. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Dudley, what's the recommendation for this gentleman?
For the criminal trespass, it'll be 12 months probation. Stay away from the Shell gas station at 1896 Piedmont Road. And for the simple battery, it'll be 12 months probation, 4 hours of anger management, no further contact with Jacob Abi Hasira, AVIHASIRA, and that's my bad, Jacob Abi Hasira. Probably mispronouncing that last name, but
That's okay.
that'll be the state's recommendation.
All right. Ms. McLeod, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Okay. Mr. Wilkinson, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in both your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you entering a plea to both cases freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
Please understand there won't be a right to a trial before a judge or a jury. You will not get the chance to confront your accuser, challenge the facts, the evidence presented against you, present your own defenses and arguments, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of criminal trespass at a Shell gas station at 1896 Piedmont Road?
Guilty, ma'am.
Your sentence will be 12 months probation. You report to probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. How do you plead to one count of simple battery from October 10th, 2024?
Guilty, ma'am.
The sentence is 12 months probation, same report date on Monday before 3 p.m. And within 30 days, you will enroll in an anger management program to complete 4 classes, and that those are weekly classes. And at all times, you're to have no contact with Jacob Avi Hasira, and which means you stay 200 yards away from him and do not communicate with him in any way, form, or manner. Thank you.
Your Honor, could I ask if his probation could go non-reporting once he completes the anger management?
Mr. Dudley, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilkinson, as soon as you've done your 4 hours of anger management, and if you've not been arrested, and if your probation fees are up to date, your probation will then be non-reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that concludes my business before the court today.
Let me check. Katrina, can I let it go?
Sorry. Yes, you can let it go. Miss McLeod, just make sure you send the paperwork to me.
Yes, I will do that.
All right, Ms. McLeod. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
Courtroom 2, who do we have next?
We're gonna go to the add-on calendar, Your Honor. And it's gonna
Okay.
be 1 and position 2, Mr. Darrell Jones.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
You too, Mr. Bartel. And we have Daryl Deshawn Jones. On position 1, he's accused of possession and use of drug-related objects and loitering and prowling. And position 2, he's accused of criminal trespass. Cases are respectively 24 CR 7014C and 7015C. Mr. Jones, you have the right to remain silent about the facts of these cases. Anything you choose to say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. And you have appointed counsel, Mr. Bartel. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bartel?
These are both negotiated, please, Your Honor. We had offers from the state, I believe on Monday. Mr. Jones was on the calendar Tuesday, but he had a court date downtown. And that was actually these same cases that were transferred from Superior Court to State Court. But we would ask to enter a negotiated plea on both.
Okay. Mr. Jones, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Asiano, what are the recommendations? Is there a global offer?
Yes, Your Honor, and I apologize. I don't have the add-on. I'm going off of the Tuesday calendar. Is the case ending in 1-4, position 1?
Yes.
Okay. So for position 1 on the add-on, the state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 50 days, credit for time served 25 days, balance probated, complete an alcohol and drug evaluation and follow any recommended treatment, and stay away from 3586 Jackson Street. For count 2, it's 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1. For position 2 on the add-on with the case ending in 1-5, the state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 21 days, credit for time served 21 days, balance suspended, stay away from 1325 Virginia Avenue in East Point, which is the Sonesta Hotel. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
We do so stipulate.
Mr. Jones, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
Have you understood what's going on with both your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering a plea to both these cases freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would not be able to challenge them in a court of law before a judge or a jury. You will not be able to confront your accuser in the trial, challenge the evidence brought against you, present your own defenses and arguments, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of possession and use of a drug-related object and loitering and prowling?
Yes.
Your sentence is, for count 1, is 12 months to serve 50 days, credit for time served 25 days. The remainder of the time will be on probation. While you're on probation, you are to enroll in an alcohol and drug evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment as recommended. And this alcohol and drug evaluation must be begun. I mean, you have to get your appointment within 45 days from today. You're also to stay away from 3586 Jackson Street in Atlanta, Georgia. On count 2, it'll be 12 months concurrent to count 1. How do you plead to criminal trespass from September 27, 2024 at the Sonesta Hotel?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 21 days, credit for time served 21 days, balance suspended. If you return to that Sonesta Hotel at 1325 Virginia Avenue, you will be arrested again and brought back to jail.
Your
Anything
Honor,
else, Mr. Bartel?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple of things. I think he did serve a little more time. I think the 21 days was from when the offer was first made, but what I've got is 27 days on the current period. That's for the first case and the second case. It looks like he also served 41 days on the first case earlier. So we're in agreement with all the terms. We would just ask the court to
Ms. Lewis,
consider
do you have any?
either he could go non-reporting or probation could terminate once he does the ADET.
Let me just check on the time served. Ms. Desiano, what's your position on non-reporting?
Well, Your Honor, it depends what the evaluation would say, right? Because if it requires that he submit himself to further treatment, then we would want probation to be monitoring that.
Well, if the evaluation comes back that he needs treatment, then he still has to remain on probation. That's a given.
In jail for 27
Okay, if he does the evaluation and there's no further recommendations, we have no objection to non-reporting, Your Honor.
Okay.
In jail for 27
And
days.
Mr. Bartel, it's 27 days. So Ms. Desiano, shall I amend position 2 to serve 27 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So just to reiterate, it's on position 2. It's 12 months to serve 27 days, credit for time served 27 days, balance suspended, stay away from the Sonesta Hotel. And Mr. Jones, once you complete the alcohol and drug evaluation, if the evaluator recommends that you need any kind of counseling, treatment, rehabilitation, whatever, will the host please place Sharon Keys in a waiting room? We do not need to see her getting right out of bed. Thank you. All right. As I was saying, if the evaluator recommends that you need to get any of this kind of treatment, you must comply with those treatment requirements. And once you've completed all treatment and the evaluator says you're good to go, then only will your probation be non-reporting. Understood?
Wow.
All right.
Honor.
Thank you.
So I'll be released either today or tomorrow. I can take up to 24.
Next, Your Honor, it's gonna be position number 28, Mr. Anthony Graham.
28, okay.
Seen all the questions, they're gonna ask the same thing.
Anthony Graham is accused of simple assault and simple battery from October 10th, 2024, involving one Trevion Greer. Case number is 24 CR 7002F. Mr. Graham, you've been advised of your rights and your attorney is position 28. Is that you, Mr. Haddad? Or
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Kim?
That's my case, Judge.
Okay, just want to be sure. And your attorney is going to be Mr. Haddad. This is going to be a plea. Mr. Graham, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Sessiano?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months probation concurrent with count 2. State's recommendation for count 2 is 12 months served 90 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, no contact with Trevion Greer, stay away from the Dollar General at 881 Peachtree Street, MHET and ADET, and no firearms. And just a note for the court, he's already been ordered to undergo the MHET and ADET. He may show proof of that evaluation from his felony case to satisfy the condition in this case, Your Honor. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea. And if Your Honor can sound for Mr. Trevion Greer.
Mr. Greer? Okay. Mr. Haddad?
We stipulate, Judge.
All right. Your client understands that he has about 30 more days to serve in the Fulton County Jail.
He
That's
does.
for this case. Does he have additional time to serve in his felony case?
Judge, he's got a probation hold, so we gotta wait. He has to wait until he goes to court for the probation, but he is aware, as far as this case, he's got about 30 more days to go.
Okay, so he's got 31 more days to go in this case. We don't know when he's going to be released, subject to his felony probation. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, and then that felony case also requires him to do ADET and MHET.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, just want to be sure. Mr. Graham, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, I haven't now.
And have you understood what's going on in this case as well as your other cases?
Yes, I do.
And are you satisfied with the legal services you've received so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering a plea to these two charges freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, I am.
Well, if that's the case, then you understand that you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get the chance to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought before you in this case, be able to present any defenses and arguments, as well as have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Ma'am.
Repeat. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of simple assault and one count of simple battery?
Yes, ma'am.
For the simple assault is 12 months to probation to be concurrent with count 2. Count 2 is the conviction for simple battery. It's 12 months to serve 90 days, credit for time served 15 days. So you have about 30 more days to serve at the Fulton County Jail. Once you are released, no holds, you will immediately report to Fulton County Probation on the first available weekday, which will be Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday. It's your responsibility of making sure you report immediately on one of those weekdays, immediately upon release. While you're on probation, you are to have no contact with Trevian Greer and stay away from the Dollar General Store at 881 Peachtree Street. Within 30 days of being released, 30 days, you are to enroll in an MH evaluation and an alcohol and drug evaluation. Both these programs must be done within 30 days of being released. And if both or either evaluation says that you must submit to treatment and or medication, you must comply with those treatments. You report to probation every month, and you only need to do the same evaluations that you do for this case. You can show that to your probation officer in order to satisfy the requirements in your felony case as well. So if your felony case says that you can do it anytime, unfortunately, where I'm concerned for the state court case, you are to do both the evaluations within 30 days of being released. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not allowed to own or possess a firearm or firearms. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next one is gonna be position number 32, Mr. LaFrance Hughley.
I'm sorry, I'm not probation. No, your other question doesn't need.
LaFrancia Hewley is accused of criminal trespass from October 10th under accusation 24 CR 7005J. Mr. Hewley, you've been advised of your right to remain silent and to counsel, who is Mr. Haddad. And this is going to be a plea, is that correct?
Judge, it's a negotiated plea.
Mr. Hewley, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Sean, this is going to be a time served plea with credit for time served of 14 days.
Okay. Position 32, I think they've changed the recommendation.
That's not what I say.
And is he still required to stay away from the Circle K at 100 Lakewood Way?
Yes, Sean.
Okay. Mr. Haddad, are these the terms to which your client has agreed?
They are, Judge.
And do you so stipulate?
We do.
Mr. Hewley, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No,
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
yes,
Do you understand what's going on in your case?
yes,
If you decide to plead guilty, you would have to give up your right to a trial, to confront your accuser, be able to challenge the evidence, or have the state prove the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
no,
Guilty. You want a trial or you want to plead guilty?
I plead guilty.
All right. I can only accept a guilty plea if you want to willingly and knowingly give up your right to a trial. Otherwise, I definitely do not want to deprive you of your right to be to a trial and your day in court.
No,
Okay, so how do you plead?
guilty.
Your
Guilty.
your sentence is 28 days to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, balance suspended. This is a time served plea. If you have no other holds, you should be released within 14 days. But you cannot return to the Circle K gas station at 100 Lakewood Way in Southwest Atlanta. If you return to that gas station, you'll come back to jail. Simple as that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right, that's it. We'll be getting out as of tonight. Okay.
Next is 39 and 40, Mr. Josiah McNulty.
All right.
That is
Ms.
my
Kim.
client.
All right, Ms. Kim, we ready?
Yes.
All right. This is Josiah McNulty. Under accusation 24 CR 6521C, Mr. McNulty is accused of theft of lost or mislaid property, criminal trespass, and, oh, I'm sorry, 2 counts of theft of lost or mislaid property from September 16, 2024. His second case, 24 CR 7021C, he's accused of criminal trespass at 3097 Maple Drive, and this is from October 11th of this year. Mr. McNulty, you've been advised of your rights. Your attorney is Ms. Kim, and this is going to be a negotiated plea. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley? Yes, sir.
And what position was this again, Your Honor?
39 and 40.
39.
McNulty.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. For position 39, theft or lost or mislaid property, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation with 20 hours of community service. For the criminal trespass, is 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1 and stay away from the Georgia Tech property at Barnes and Noble, 48 5th Street Northwest. And for the second count of theft of lost or mislaid property is going to be 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1. And for position 40, criminal trespass, it's going to be 12 months probation and stay away from 3097 Maple Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
Ms. Kim, do you so stipulate, and does your client agree to these terms?
Yes, Your Honor. Only thing is, Your Honor, we would like to clarify the time served. Maybe it can be specified as a 2 weeks, or because he has been there for 2 weeks. It does not indicate at all at this position recommendation. And also, Your Honor, he does need to have a one-time law enforcement officer escorted visit to Georgia Tech to retrieve his bicycle.
All right, so what you're asking is to amend the sentence to 12 months to serve 28 days, credit time 14 days, balance probated?
Yes, Your Honor, because if it doesn't say that, I think a jail may have a hard time to release him.
Mr. Dudley, any objection to that? It's just specifying, giving him credit for the 2 weeks he's been in jail.
Yeah, no objection to that at all, Your Honor.
All right,
Doing that on 39 or 40 for both?
for both. 4, 5 in 2 days. Yeah. For How long, he's been in custody for 14 days? Yeah, we'll do it for both. Okay. All right, Mr. McNulty, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what's going on in both your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter a plea to both of these cases, you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get a chance to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence that will be brought before you, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of criminal trespass and 2 counts of theft of lost and mislaid property?
Guilty, Your Honor.
On position 39, count 1 is 12 months to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, balance probated. Mr. McNulty, if you have no other holds, you'll report to Fulton County Probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. While on probation, you will complete 20 hours of voluntary community service with a minimum requirement of 5 hours per month beginning in the first month. No, that's not happy with that?
Your Honor, he was, Ms. Kim, he was asking whether his probation can be suspended. upon-
No. No. Any other questions?
He's asking whether it can be non-reporting, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Dudley, do you have his GCIC?
Give me one moment, I can pull it up here.
Should be online.
Is pretrial online?
Pretrial
Oh,
was
Miss
Washington.
Washington, I'm so sorry, I didn't see her there. Miss Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
This is position 39 and 40.
Give me one moment.
Does he still have an open burglary case?
I'm checking, Your Honor.
There is no disposition listed on the DCIC for the 2023 burglary case. Let me check Odyssey really quickly.
Okay. '24 SC 005313.
It's still open.
Okay. No, sir, you'll be reporting to probation every month. You've got an open burglary case.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm unclear about the trespass for the Georgia Tech. Is that from the Barnes and Noble store or is that from anywhere?
That would be correct.
That's just from the store?
It says stay away from Georgia Tech property at Barnes and Noble at 48 5th Street Northwest.
Okay.
So you are required to stay 200 yards away. So it's a radius of 200 yards.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the length of 2 football fields, which will include all the other buildings within that radius.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Haddad, may I proceed? Ms. Kim, may I proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. McNulty had just pled guilty to 2 counts of theft of mislaid property and criminal trespass. As I was saying, for count 1, he's required to do 20 hours of voluntary community service with a minimum requirement of 5 hours of community service per month and 5 hours every month thereafter at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. On the criminal trespass is going to be 12 months probation, concurrent with count 1, to stay away from the Georgia Institute of Technology property at Barnes and Noble, 48 5th Street in Northwest Atlanta. Count 3 is going to be 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. Mr. McNulty, how do you plead to criminal trespass on October 11th, 2024?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, balance probated, and you are to stay away from 3097 Maple Drive, Atlanta, Georgia. You'll be required to report to probation every month for the remainder of the 11 and a half months that you have to serve on these 2 cases. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Next, Your Honor, is gonna be position number 46, Kamiko Watson.
Thank you. Got one case.
Your Honor, this is negotiated plea as a pro se.
All right. This is State versus Trimikio Watson, case number 24 CR 007-011G. Mr. Watson is accused of battery, family violence from September 11th, 2024. He presently is in custody on a $3,000 cash bond. Mr. Watson, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything that you choose to say can and will be used against you in the treatment of your case. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the Public Defender's Office is available to represent you. However, if you choose to waive your right to counsel, then you would be responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case and also its impact it could have on other factors of your life, such as your residency, if applicable, your job, your housing, your driver's license. I'm not sure what it could apply to, but it will have a dramatic impact upon all these factors. Have you considered all these factors?
No.
And are you waiving your right to counsel?
You want to represent yourself, is what she's asking. No.
No, you're not waiving your right to counsel. All right. Ms. Kim, does he qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office? Ms. Kim?
Yes, Your Honor, he does qualify, and I advised him not to take the deal. However, he wanted to take the plea. So he was explained that, let me get the screen set up. I apologize.
Judge, I can step in, Ms. Kim. Your Honor, Mr. Watson indicated to me that he wishes to enter a plea. I explained to him that I'm not familiar with the case. This is what the offer is from the states. He wants to proceed with the plea. He knows what the recommendation is. I went over it with him as far as the classes, the FVIP 24 weeks. I can step in, Judge, for purposes of to make things a little bit easier. Of course, the court can inquire as it sees fit, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haddad, Mr. Watson, the Public Defender's Office is not willing to represent you if you proceed with this plea offer. Given right now, I'm just looking at the number of cases you have in Fulton County alone, I can understand their concern. Ms. Washington, could I have Mr. Watson's GCIC, please?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment.
Position 46.
Yes, Your Honor, there are 5 arrest cycles in Georgia. The last arrest was for this case in August of this year. There appears to be an open case in Cobb County for a simple assault, reckless conduct, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and theft by receiving stolen property. He was originally arrested in April of this year for that. There's also an open Fulton County case for theft by receiving stolen property, felony, willful obstruction, possession of a firearm during the commission, purchase, possession, or sale of marijuana. There also appears to be another open case in March of last year for theft by receiving stolen property and willful obstruction out of Fulton County. And lastly, in 2022, I see an open case for burglary and criminal trespass. Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Watson, I'm looking at the recommended offer. Given the number of open cases you have, this is your second arrest in 2024 with Fulton County, not to mention also your open case in Cobb County. Then, of course, the other violent case and burglary case in April of 2023. I have the discretion to decide whether this plea should move forward or whether it should be recommended. And given the fact that you are declining legal advice, given the fact that you have multiple open cases, and given the fact that you don't understand the impact of this plea upon your personal situation, I don't even know whether you understand how the law applies to the facts of this particular case. I'm going to decline this plea. And you can either enter a not guilty, and we're going to further notice this case for trial.
Your Honor, will the court consider, a change in bonds? He apparently, the only case that's keeping him is this charge, and of course with a $3,000 cash only.
I think it's a perfectly reasonable bond. I can amend it to a $30,000 cash surety bond. He's got multiple open cases. He doesn't seem to want to stay away from jail. I have allocated the specific reasons why I believe this plea offer is only being made with Mr. Watson's intent to get out of jail. But this does not lessen the court's concern that Mr. Watson is a recidivist and is most likely to reoffend again. So for these very reasons, I'm declining to accept this plea offer, and this case is going to be further noticed for trial. Would you like to, Mr. Watson? Would you, Ms. Kim, I'm going to continue your services with Mr. Watson as legal counsel. Would you like me to arraign his case?
I can file a waiver of arraignment, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Watson, you will continue being represented by the Public Defender's Office, and Ms. Kim will be filing a waiver of arraignment. In other words, entering a not guilty plea on your behalf, and this case will be further noticed for trial. Before you leave, do you understand the court's reasons for not accepting the plea offer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, this is going to be position number 53 for Mr. Wolf. Stephen Wolf.
This is State versus Stephen Wolf, case number 24 CR 006-843E. Mr. Wolf was cited accused of two misdemeanor charges. One from October 3rd, 2024 for unlawful conduct during a 911 call by using obscene or vulgar language. And count 2 is from October 1st, 2024, using telephone communications for obscene, threatening, or harassing purposes. Mr. Wolf, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Ms. Kim. Okay, this is position 53. I'm sorry, Ms. Kim. What's the announcement for Mr. Wolf?
Negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wolf, please raise your right hand for purposes of the plea.
what's the plea?
Oh dear, that's not a good start. Okay.
If I raise my hand, yeah, I'm raising my hand anyway.
Put your hand down.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Wolf will need to speak to his attorney, deputy. We'll take the next case.
Wait, where's my attorney?
Your Honor, you can go to, ACDC.
No, I'm saying I'm pleading guilty or not guilty to the,
Mr. Wolf, Mr. Wolf,
yeah, question, yeah.
the first thing out of your mouth is what is a plea, which means that you need
I
to
know what a
talk to.
plea is.
No,
Oh.
which means you need to speak to your attorney so that she can explain to you why you're before me today. Understood?
Okay, so I talk to her right now?
You need to hold.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to ACDC. Francois, do we have anyone who is not represented by Ms. Kim?
Well, first, Judge, I just want to make a quick announcement. Norris, is that your last person for SAP? Because I know you're by yourself.
No, they brought everybody from upstairs down here, so, but go ahead, take care of your people.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Kim, the number is 22060. Please contact and confer with Mr. Wolf. Francois, who do we have? Anyone who's not represented by Ms. Kim?
I believe the people that I do have, they're all for Ms. Kim.
Oh. No.
Position number 11, Bowen. Let me just confirm. I believe, yeah, everybody here is for Ms.
Position
Kim.
11 is Mr. Haddad,
Bowen.
I think.
Number 11, Dexter Bowen.
Mr. Haddad, is that your client, Dexter Bowen?
That is my client. I believe that she is pleading not guilty.
Okay, so Dexter Bowen,
I mean, he
case is 22 CR 4824C. Mr. Bowen,
Yes.
you have been advised of your rights and you've been accused of 1 count of battery, family violence, and simple battery, family violence from August 7th, 2021. Your attorney is Ms. Kim. She's filing a waiver of arraignment and entering a not guilty plea on your behalf. Your case is going to be further noticed for trial. Anything else, Ms. Kim?
Oh, nothing further from defense.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bowen. That was the announcement for your case.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, Francois.
Number 22, Gillard.
Guilty? Yeah. What about no plea? I'm not guilty or no, yeah. I mean, a normal plea is
Francois, please tell Bowen to be quiet.
No, everybody's quiet over here. I think it's
Oh,
somewhere
okay.
else, Judge.
Sorry about that. Okay. Trinicia Gilead is accused of theft by taking from December 14th, 2023. Case number 23 CR 8012Y. Ms. Gilead, you've been advised of your rights and your attorney is Ms. Kim. Are we proceeding on position 22?
It will be a negotiated plea.
Okay. Ms. Gilead, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Desiano?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months served, 32 days, credit for time served, 16 days, balance probated, stay away from all Georgia Tech property, no contact with Aditi Arun, ADITIARUN, an anti-theft course, and 40 hours of community service. And position 23 will be null prost. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea. And if Your Honor can sound for Ms. Arun.
Aditi Arun? Aditi Arun is not present. Okay. Ms. Kim, do you so stipulate and does your client accept the terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Gilead, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
I just said I was in Georgia Tech and they said it was theft by taking. I had an NCM bag on me and a couple of other things that I never picked up. But I guess I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm glad you understand what I'm saying. Did you understand what your attorney was saying to you?
She said that my turn, I didn't, what did she's my turn, I'm sorry, what did she say again? I didn't hear what she said. She said I took something. She didn't, I didn't.
Francois, I'll take the next case, please. Ms. Kim, you'll need to speak to this client as well.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat for me. Number 44, Smith Johnson.
Deja Smith Johnson is accused of simple battery against an officer and criminal trespass. Ms. Smith Johnson, your accusation is 24 CR 7010G. You have been advised of your rights, and your attorney is Ms. Kim.
Actually, Your Honor, this is also pro se plea.
Okay. And Ms. Smith Johnson, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything that you choose to say during this virtual proceeding, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, Ms. Kim with the Public Defender's Office is prepared to represent you. Otherwise, if you choose to waive your right to counsel, then you are responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case, applies to any other open cases you may have against you, applies to your residency, if applicable, applies to your job, any professional licenses you may have. So have you considered the impact of entering a plea today upon your situation?
Yes.
And are you freely, willingly, and knowingly waiving your right to counsel?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Gotta speak up. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Washington, may I have Ms. Smith Johnson's GCIC?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Washington, you're mute.
Yes, Your Honor. There are 9 arrest cycles in Georgia. Last arrest was in May of this year for disorderly conduct and willful obstruction. There appears to be another arrest from February of this year for disorderly conduct and willful obstruction. I don't know if that's a duplicate, but the dates are different. There was a failure to appear.
Is she still on probation?
I was never on probation.
I don't see an active probation listed here.
Yeah, I see in July, the disorderly conduct, willful obstruction.
It has no disposition listed on the GCIC, so I can't see that.
Okay.
Directly on the GCIC.
For the failure to appear, that case was dropped and it wasn't over Zoom. I actually went to the court downtown. So that case was dropped.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Washington. All right. And so, Ms. Smith Johnson, you're waiving your right to counsel freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, when I talked to my attorney, she said that I would get 12 months probation, time served, and I think 30 or 40 hours of community service, which I would take that.
I don't know. I haven't heard from the prosecutor yet. You currently have a bench warrant and you've been in custody now for 15 days. Okay.
Bench warrants from pretrial, Judge.
Oh, it's a pretrial bench
She
warrant.
never missed court with this.
Okay.
It was pretrial.
Understood. Thank you. All right. Mr. Dudd, so would you still like to move forward with the plea?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
What I just said?
Do you want to move forward with the plea?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that sounds very convincing.
Yes, if it was the one I just said, that's what I said with my attorney. That's what I talked about with my attorney.
You are now representing yourself. Your attorney is out of the picture. So I'm
Yes.
going to hear from Mr. Dudley as to what the recommendation is, and then you tell me if you want to move forward. Mr. Dudley, on the two charges against Ms. Johnson, what's the recommendation?
For count one, the recommendation is gonna be 12 months probation and 20 hours of anger management. For count two, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count one and 10 hours of community service. And that's the state's recommendation.
10 hours of community service and 20 hours of anger management. So that's 20 anger management classes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a stay away or no contact?
No.
Okay. All right, Ms. Smith Johnson, that's a recommendation. You'll have to be on active probation. You report every month. You pay your probation fees every month. And you need to enroll in an anger management program where you would need to do 20 weeks of anger management classes. In addition to that, you'll be required to do 10 hours of voluntary community service. And those community service hours must be completed within 90 days of being released.
Okay, I understand. So, will I be released within like 20 to 48 hours?
Yes, if you have no other cases holding you.
Okay, I actually have a question about the failure to appear on that case. That case was dropped. It was closed out.
All right, what's that case number?
I have no idea, but I talked to my attorney about that. She said she would look into it. Ms. Kim.
It was 24 SC 002752, and I could not verify whether it was actually dropped or not. That was the reason that I could not recommend that.
Okay, 24 SC, what was the 6 numbers?
002752. And I do understand, I respect what she says, and yet I have to verify, and I'm not able to.
I totally understand, Ms. Kim. Just we are just looking into that. 002. It is an open case. She's got a bench warrant and she's got a court date before Judge Whitaker or whoever is covering for Judge Whitaker on October 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All right. Given the fact that she has an open felony case at the present time, I'm going to decline accepting this plea offer, considering the fact that it could have a negative impact upon the situation if she takes a plea right now. Ms. Smith Johnson, you already have a court date in your open felony case. It's still open, pending, and active.
Actually, oh, can I say something? I went to court. It was in April when I went to court for that.
Ms. Smith Johnson, you asked me to look into your open felony case. I'm looking at it. You've got a judicial hold. You're not allowed to be released.
Was it in April?
Ma'am, your order of judicial hold was issued on August 28th, 2024. All right. Ms. Kim, I can reset this case 2 weeks out.
Yes.
And if she resolves her judicial hold, then we can revisit this plea. So this case is going to be reset to the SAP calendar on November 7th, 2024. Thank you, Ms. Smith Johnson.
I'm kind of lost.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat for me over here.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna explain it to you. Go ahead and have a seat. Hey,
Good.
Miss Kim, I have a quick announcement. I'm gonna
Go ahead.
go ahead and give you a call.
Sure.
Are you gonna be available?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Francois, she needs to understand her felony case is open and she has a court date on October 30th with Judge Whitaker.
I'll explain it to her. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Position 4, Brown. Position number 4 in medical.
Yeah. So.
That's what she told her. That's what she don't realize that.
Okay. Position 4 at medical, and that's going to be Terrence Banks, accused of battery from January 8th, 2024, case number 24CR176J. Mr. Banks, you have a right to remain silent.
His name is Emmanuel Brown.
He's Mr. Brown is position 4 on the competency calendar, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I can't address this case until we go into a breakout, or Mr. Bartel, are you there?
Mr. Bartel had emailed me and asked for a plea offer. However, I don't have any announcement from him as to if he's accepted it or not.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor. Mr. Brown is number 4 on the 11 a.m. calendar. I did get an offer from Ms. Desiano. I need to be able to speak with Mr. Brown. If I could get a phone number, maybe, and advise him what the
I don't
state's.
have a phone number. You have to do a breakout. I'm in the,
Okay, well, unfortunately, I don't have internet connection right now, so I can't do a breakout room on my
All right,
device.
Ms. Desiano, what is the time required for jail?
Your Honor, the state at this point is recommending 180 days to serve, and he just got in.
I think that's 90 days.
I'm sorry?
I think it's 90 days in the email I got.
For Mr. Brown?
Correct.
No, it's
Okay.
it's 180 days.
Well,
I'm sorry, are you
if y'all could please address this, how much time has he been in jail?
Your
Are
Honor,
we talking about Emmanuel Brown or Terrence Brown? I'm sorry. I'm talking about Emmanuel Brown.
Emmanuel Brown. My laptop isn't working, but I do have the email.
Medical, is this Emmanuel Brown?
it is. I said that.
Okay.
I stand corrected. Your Honor, I stand corrected on that. The offer was 180 days. That's certainly not an offer that we're inclined to accept. But as Mr. Brown's attorney, I'm legally required to advise him of that. So the offer, that's what the state's offer is. I think we should just further notice this case for trial. I've spoken with Mr. Brown. I think he clearly understands the process, and he is able to either enter a plea or go to trial.
Mr. Medical, please unmute. Mr. Emmanuel Brown, as I was saying, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and Paul Bartel, the gentleman who was just speaking, is your attorney. He's recommending that that he will further notice this case for trial. Would you like to have additional time to speak with your attorney?
No, I had talked to my attorney and he was telling me to plead guilty for
Okay.
I mean, I was gonna plead guilty to try to get out today.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, I'm going to reset the case to to next Thursday, which is October 31st. This will not prejudice him in terms of the time that he'll still be required to serve in jail. And at that time, maybe he will get more clarification as to what the plea offer is and what the conditions are.
It's on a
Yeah, am I putting it on the 11 a.m. calendar or the 9 a.m. SAP calendar?
I think either would work, Your Honor, but I would say the SAP calendar. I think he does understand.
Okay.
How this works.
Well, based on what I just heard, I think speaking with him further would certainly help matters move along. It's reset to October 31st at the 9 a.m. SAP calendar. Thank you, Medical.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Your Honor, he has taken recent pleas on the SAP calendar as well.
Okay. Next case in courtroom 2.
Your Honor, we can go to position number 34, Mr. Michael Jackson.
This is State versus Michael Jackson and 34, I understand. And is Miss Kim available to, I believe that's her client.
That's mine.
Oh, it's yours? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. This is State versus Michael Jackson, accused of fare evasion and criminal trespass under accusation 24 CR 6969Y. Mr. Jackson, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Haddad. and may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley?
For count one, it's gonna be 12 months probation, stay away from 5 Points MARTA station at 30 Alabama Street Southwest, and 10 hours of community service. Count two is to run concurrent, 12 months probation, and stay away from the incident location and 10 hours of community service.
So a total of 20 hours, or is it concurrent? Oh, it's concurrent, so it's 10 hours community service.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and I just wanted him, give him credit for any time that he's served in this particular case. He's been in jail now for 16 days. Any objection, Mr. Dudley, to 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, and then to be on probation to complete the 10 hours of community service?
No objection.
All right. Mr. Haddad, any objection?
No, Judge, I would ask the court to consider perhaps non-reporting once he completes the community service. I mean, the stay away still applies, so.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can I break that up to 5 hours of each charge so they know, they won't look like it's 20 from probation? And it'd be so total of 10.
Will be concurrent, won't it?
Your Honor, I would propose perhaps just on one of the counts, but 10 hours.
Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haddad, what was that?
I was gonna propose just put 10 hours on one of the counts.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what Ms. Lewis was saying. So I'll do 10 hours on count two. Non-reporting. This is Mr. Jackson's third arrest this year. October 9th, 2024 is for the current case. May 3rd, 2024 for felony matter. And February 7th, 2024 for simple battery family violence. I'm not comfortable with non-reporting, Mr. Haddad.
Understood, Judge.
All right. The request for non-reporting is declined. Mr. Jackson, would you still like to move forward with this plea?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Jackson, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you after you spoke to your attorney, have you decided to enter this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do so, you understand that you would have to waive your constitutional rights to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get a chance to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence that will be brought before you in a court of law, to be able to present your defenses and arguments, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of fair evasion and one count of criminal trespass?
Guilty.
On the fair evasion, it's going to be 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. The remainder of the time you'll be on active probation. You will report to probation on the first available weekday. Right now, it would be Monday, October 28th. Hopefully you don't have any holds, so that's the time you'll have to report to Fulton County Probation before 3 p.m. While on probation, you are to stay away from the 5 Points MARTA station at 30 Alabama Street. That's the main hub. And you're to also stay away from all MARTA property in accordance with any active suspension that you have against you. With regards to count two, it's going to be 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, concurrent to count one with the addition of 10 hours of community service. So while you're on probation, you will complete 10 hours of community service, and it must be completed within 90 days of being released. At all times, you will remain on active reporting probation every month until the remainder of the 12 months is completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I know what I'm gonna do for once you get out.
All right, ACDC or courtroom 2, whoever is available next.
I have all Kim's clients in here. She has to call over here to talk to them.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the individual who's on the DV bench warrant is in the waiting room. I'm not sure which PD represents him, but if it's not Ms. Kim, perhaps we could.
Actually, I would like to represent him. However, the phone number that we had on our Odyssey system did not have any service, so I was not able to talk to him or her.
We'll put him back in the room, Judge.
Yeah. I have some people on iPhone and,
I've been asking these people who they are and they ain't been responding to me.
okay,
One person.
let's find out.
I
iPhone 2, Lisa, please unmute and start your video. Zoom user, please unmute and start your video. Otherwise, we'll have to remove you from the Zoom session.
Hello.
All right. Clifford
Yeah.
Milliam. Look at these people in bed. Unbelievable. Okay. Clifford Milliam, which case are you here for, sir?
Which is this?
He's on a DV bench crime.
Okay. We'll be with you shortly as soon as we address the bench warrant. iPhone 2, Lisa, which case are you here for?
Thank you.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
She's here for vendor Porter, one of my clients.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am? Lisa what?
Lisa Jones for Danica Lee.
Okay, thank you. The host can amend the name to Lisa Jones. Now, we have another young lady who just got out of bed, Zoom user. Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Shanitha Barnes. I'm here for my son, Jaquavius Barnes.
All right. Ms. Barnes, this is a virtual courtroom, but nevertheless, it's still a courtroom. And
Yes,
as
ma'am.
far as I know, nobody lies down in bed in a courtroom.
Okay.
All right?
Understand.
So please get out of bed. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Shaniqua Barnes, Ms. Lisa Jones, and Mr. Milliam. Okay. Medical, who do we have, please? You can mute yourself, Ms. Barnes. Thank you.
Position number 3, and he's also position 5 through 9, Shane Baker.
Ms. Kim, please.
Shane Baker. And what's the other case that he has?
Position 3 and 5 through 9.
5 through 9.
I
Um, he's just position 3 as
right.
far as I know.
Mr. Barnes is position 6 through 10.
Okay. Mr. White, is that your client at medical?
It is, Judge.
And what's his name?
Shane Baker.
Shane Baker. Okay. Just position 3. Shane Baker is 24 CR 6996C. Mr. Baker, my name is Judge Lal, and we're going to be addressing your case in which you are accused of criminal trespass at a Quick Trip gas station in Alpharetta, Georgia. You have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you choose to say during this virtual proceeding, your statements can and will be used against you in the treatment of your case. You have a right to an attorney if you cannot afford one. Mr. Tom White will be representing you. Do you see attorney Tom White on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. White, and we are going to be taking a plea. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Mr. Baker, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Ms. Desiano, what's the recommendation for Mr. Baker? You may put your hand down, sir.
Your Honor, state's recommendation is 12 months, served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance suspended, stay away from the Quick Trip at 1590 Mansell Road in Alpharetta, and we'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
So stipulated, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Baker, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
No.
Have you had a chance to ask your attorney questions about what's going on in your case?
No.
Well, Mr. White, I think this will be a fruitful time to have a conversation with him. Will the host please place medical and Tom White in a breakout? All right. Ms. Ponder, if you please unmute and start your video. Ms. Ponder, unmute and start your video.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm
me
doing
start.
great. You need to start your video.
Yes, ma'am. Good
Ms.
morning. How you
Ponder,
doing?
who are you here for?
My son, Vincent Ponders.
All right. You are free to go. And no, I don't have a time for you. I have no ETA. I have no timing for you. You're free to go for work. And if you want to come back, feel free to do so.
She can watch it live on YouTube too.
Yeah. And you can watch it live on YouTube also. So
I also had recommendations for my son as well because of his
Ms.
mental.
Ponder, I cannot address that until I have Mr. Ponder on the screen.
Well, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Now you can mute and stop your video if you want. All right, back to courtroom 2. Ms. Kim, have you spoken to Mr. Wolf?
I was not able to speak. I assumed,
I interfered on that case since he's physically here. I've communicated the offer to him. My understanding is he wishes to enter a guilty plea. Is that accurate, Ms. Kim? He's getting time.
yes,
served.
correct, Your Honor. I mean, yes.
All right.
If need be, Judge.
All right, Ms. Greenhouse, we're going back to Stephen Wolf. All right, case 24 CR 6843E, State versus Stephen Wolf. And he's been accused of 2 counts, one being unlawful conduct during a 911 call, and count 2 using telephone communications for harassing or threatening purposes. Mr. Wolf, you've been advised of your rights, and this is going to be a negotiated plea. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Dudley, what's the recommendation for Mr. Wolf?
The recommendation for count 1 is 12 months probation and 10 hours of anger management. The recommendation for count 2 is going to be 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1 and 10 hours of anger management. The anger management is not concurrent. It'll be 20 hours total for anger management.
Right. For purposes of probation, would it be all right if for count 1, we do 20 hours of anger management and count 2 will be concurrent to count 1?
That'll be all right.
Okay. So I'm just noticing there's a note from the state. They are requiring 20 hours total for anger management. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Kim?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are these the terms to which your client has accepted? And do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I was not able to actually talk to him. I believe PD Haddad was able to talk to him at the jail.
Mr. Haddad, since you're representing your office, have you spoken to Mr. Wolf?
I have, Judge, and I've communicated the offer to him as outlined by the state. I was a little unclear about the community service, but it is clear now you gotta do 20 hours community service.
No community service instead of
20.
anger? I'll go there. I'll do community service, yeah.
There's no community service.
And then you have 10 hours anger management as well.
10 hours, yeah, I've taken anger management for like months, like almost a year.
Yes, Judge.
That's fine.
Mr. Dudley, I've got anger management on what you just said and on the notes.
Yes.
And I've communicated that to my client. to Mr.
It's anger management classes. He will have to attend 20 weeks of anger management classes once a week. There is no 20 hours of community service.
I apologize, Judge. It was my mistake, Judge. I meant to say anger management, Judge, and he's aware.
Mr. Wolf, there is no community service being offered. If you accept this offer, you'll be required to enroll in anger management classes within 30 days of being released, and you will have to attend 20 classes. That's 20 weeks.
Okay.
That's 5 months of anger management classes.
Understand?
Yep, I understand.
Okay, Ms. Kim? All right. And gee, I don't know who to ask.
I'll take over, Judge.
Mr. Haddad, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do.
Mr. Wolf, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, I don't consume it at all, no.
Which is good to hear. And do you have a thorough understanding of what's going on in this criminal case against you?
I have questions about the probation, yeah. What do I do? What do I report?
I'll tell you that very soon, but right now, I need you to answer my question. Do you have
I don't understand the anger management and all that, I just don't understand. What's your question? Sorry?
Do you understand what's going on in the case that is presently before us?
I know I pleaded guilty, yeah.
Am I on a different wavelength? Okay. Mr. Wolf, do you
Yeah.
understand and speak English?
Yes, I said I know I pleaded guilty, but.
But you are not answering the questions that I am asking.
Did you ask? I understand, yeah, I understand, yeah.
But answer her questions.
Oh, okay, so she's about the answers?
Yeah, Your Honor, he's ready for whatever
Yeah,
next
the
question.
question.
I'll be glad, Mr. Haddad, but you know, I have a job to make sure that the defendant is not pleading guilty just to get out of jail, but is pleading guilty because he understands what are the charges brought against him. He understands what the case is about, and he understands that what he's agreeing to in exchange for his constitutional rights. That's simply all I'm asking. But this man is not answering my questions. He's asking either a question to my question, or he's giving me a different response. So let's start from the beginning again. Mr. Wolf,
Yes, ma'am.
do you understand what is going on in the case before us against you?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the legal services you have received?
I'm not gonna say anything.
With the attorneys who are representing you and who have advised you and who have provided their legal advice, are you satisfied with their services?
No, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm in between. I guess so. I guess so. Just say yeah.
Do you have a problem with the attorneys who have advised you?
No, I don't.
And after your discussions with them, are you entering a guilty plea to the 2 charges brought against you freely, willingly, and knowingly?
So the 2 charges were the same charge, right? A 911 call?
They're 2 separate charges.
Were from a 911 call, the same call, or was it a separate occasion? I wasn't aware of the other one. Oh,
Okay,
so guilty, yeah, guilty. Yeah, I pleaded guilty to both, I guess. I mean, I don't know what the reasoning was, but yeah.
so far, Mr. Wolf, I'm not persuaded that you understand what's going on.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I'm pleading guilty to 2 charges of 911. One for harassing and then one for the other one threatening on 2 separate.
Okay, that helps.
24th, October 3rd, and then you said there was another one. I forgot the other date. for that.
October 1st.
October 1st. Oh, yeah, that was 2 days later. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I recall that. I'm pleading guilty, yeah.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get the chance to go back to a courthouse, to be in a court of law, to face a jury or a judge, to be able to confront your accuser, to be able to challenge the evidence that will be presented before you, to be able to present your defenses and arguments, and have the prosecutor carry its burden to prove the 2 charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up all these constitutional rights?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to unlawful conduct during a 911 call?
Guilty.
How do you plead to using telephone?
There's the second one.
How do you plead to using telephone communications for obscene, threatening, or harassing purposes?
Guilty.
On count one, your sentence is 12 months. Let me make sure I'm giving him the correct time.
21 days. Yeah, 21 days, Judge. You can double check.
It's 12 months to serve 42 days, credit for time served 21 days, balance probated. You'll be released within 24 hours and you must report to the Fulton County Probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you will need to do 20 anger management classes and you will enroll in those classes within 30 days of being released. You must attend all 20 weekly classes consecutively without skipping any classes. On count two, it will be 12 months to serve 42 days, credit for time served 21 days, concurrent with count one. You are to report to probation every month. And if you skip any of your probation monthly meetings, probation is authorized to revoke and have you serve out the rest of the year in jail. Do you understand, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, I just have an issue with getting there, but I'll try to let them know, my family know, to get me there to probation. and
If you
class.
do not report to probation in person, please understand that your probation can be revoked and you could end up serving the rest of the year in prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Medical and Mr. White, let's go back to
He's to remain on probation, Judge.
old time. Probation won't be sending me a Christmas gift, that's sure. Mr. White, have you had a chance to speak to Mr. Baker? I'm sorry, you're on mute, sir.
I have spoken with him again, Judge.
All right, round two. Medical, please unmute. Mr. Baker,
Yeah,
have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
no, ma'am.
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
Yeah, I was just trespassing. They told me to leave and I didn't leave. So they haven't
Okay.
arrested me.
That's good. And are you
I've done
satisfied
it a
with,
bunch, you know, so, you know.
are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yeah,
Mr. Baker, if you decide to plead guilty to the criminal trespass, you won't get a chance to go back to court and have a trial. You won't confront your accuser, challenge the
I am
evidence,
guilty. I did
challenge
do it.
the evidence brought against you,
Yeah.
and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights? Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Mr. Baker,
Being guilty? What do you mean giving up my rights?
the right to a trial in this case.
There's no need.
So you are
Okay,
willing.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Baker, how do you plead to criminal trespass?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance suspended. Mr. Baker, sit up and pay attention. Sit up and pay attention. Listen to me. Listen to me. If you return to the QT gas station on Mansell Road in Alpharetta, you will be arrested again. You are not allowed at that gas station. Do you understand?
I thought I built it, man.
Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day.
All right, thank you.
Judge.
You owe me a Kit Kat, Mr. White. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay.
Next is going to be position 49 and position 50, Mr. Aaron Williams.
Aaron Williams is accused of theft by taking from November 3rd, 2022 under accusation 24 CR 4019E. Mr. Williams, you've been advised of your right to, no, at this new crowd, Deputy?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Williams, as well as everyone else who was just brought into the courtroom, if you're a defendant charged with a misdemeanor offense or offenses, please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you choose to say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. With regards to Mr. Williams, his attorney is going to be Mr. Haddad. Is that correct, Mr. Haddad, or is it Ms. Kim?
No, Judge, should be Miss Kim.
All right, Ms. Kim, are you on Zoom?
Oh, she's in the breakout room with the DV guy. To talk to him.
She needs to come out now.
Okay. I can close the room.
Yeah, please do.
Popping out now.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kim, I need you back for position 49 and 50, Aaron Williams.
Aaron Williams, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Williams has a bench warrant 24 FTA 1583 from August 16th, 2024. This is going to be a negotiated plea.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley?
Yes, Your Honor. For the theft by taking, the state's recommendation is going to be 12 months probation, 20 hours of community service, restitution of $500 to Pizza Valley at 3061 Washington Road, East Point, Georgia, 30344.
Okay.
And the FTA will be dismissed with a plea to theft by taking.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Kim, does your client accept these terms? And do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, we do stipulate so for the purpose of the plea.
2022. All right, he's been in custody for 18 days. I'll give him credit for that. So it'll be 12 months to serve 36 days, credit for time served 18 days.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
Have you understood what's going on in your case so far?
Yes, I do.
And you understand that you had a bench warrant for failure to appear in court?
Yes, ma'am.
If you, and I'm sorry, are you satisfied with the legal services you have received?
Yes.
And are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes.
If you decide to enter this plea, your bench warrant case will be dismissed. But for purposes of the theft by taking, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial. You would not be able to go back to court, have a trial by a judge or jury, to be able to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of theft by taking?
Guilty.
Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 36 days, credit for time served 18 days. Your jail time for this case is over, but you'll be on probation. If you have no other holds, you will report to Fulton County Probation on Monday, October 28th, before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you will be required to pay $500 in restitution to be paid to Pizza Valley at 3061 Washington Road in East Point, Georgia. Your restitution payments must be made directly to your probation officer, who will then remit the funds to the victim. You must make a minimum payment of $50 per month and a minimum payment of $50 every month thereafter. Do you understand? I'm sorry, courtroom 2, please. Do you understand, Mr. Williams?
Could you repeat the payment arrangement?
You are to pay $500 in restitution to Pizza Valley. The payments must be made directly to your probation officer. You must make a minimum payment of $50 every month and the minimum payment of $50 every month thereafter. You can pay more if you want, but you must make it a minimum of $50. And all payments shall be directed to the victim by your probation officer. You will report to probation every month until the remainder of your time is completed. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
You'll have to report the first day.
Position number 55, Mr. Yarborough.
Ms. Kim, is that your client?
Just say, Your Honor, I don't think,
Calvin Yarborough at the medical unit. Who is his attorney?
that is actually my client. However, I was not able to talk to him, so I need to actually have a discussion with him.
Breakout, please. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kim, you're also representing the DV case on the bench
Yes, Your
warrant
Honor.
case? Okay. Let's address all those cases on SAP first. So, courtroom 2, do we have any cases not with Ms. Kim?
Yeah, we're gonna go to position number 1, Mr. Alexander Allen Vincent.
Okay. Will the host please place medical and Miss and PD Kim in a breakout, please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. This is Alexander Allen Vincent, accused of willful obstruction of an officer and criminal trespass from October 9th, 2024. Accusation is 24 CR 6994Y. Mr. Allen, Allen Vincent, you've been advised of your rights, and your attorney is going to be Mr. Tom White, okay? And Mr. White, this is going to be a plea, yes?
As far as I know, Judge.
All right. Mr. Allen Vincent, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Daciano, what's the recommendation?
Your Honor, state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months served, 28 days, credit for time served, 14 days, balance probated, $300 or 30 hours of community service. Count 2, 12 months probation concurrent with count 1, and a stay away from 3019 Kentucky Court in East Point. We'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
We do stipulate, Judge, and we just ask that he be able to work out whether or not it's community service or the fine with probation, depending on his circumstances. Once he's not getting out immediately, he has a hold in Superior Court where he has a hearing on the 31st.
I don't think that's how probation is accepting it, but I'll be glad to hear from JCS intake if that's. Right now, the defendant has not made a decision as to whether he wants to do community service or pay a $300 fine. So probation.
Judge, typically that is kind of open because a lot of times clients' circumstances change and can't pay a fine and they end up doing community service anyway. So I don't think that should be an issue.
Mr. Allen Vincent, have you made a decision?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one would you like to choose? A $300 fine or 30 hours of community service?
30 hours of community service.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Allen Vincent, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
I've taken ibuprofen. But no, I
Okay.
haven't.
Are you awake and are you able to understand what's going on in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Me.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I am. 30
And
hours.
are you entering a guilty plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to enter such a plea, you will have to give up your constitutional right to a trial. You will not be able to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, and present your own arguments and defenses, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to willful obstruction of an officer and criminal trespass at 3019 Kentucky Court in East Point?
Hey, ma'am.
How do you plead?
Well, I plead guilty to the trespassing.
How do you plead to the willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer?
I told that officer my name 4 times. I did.
All right, Mr. White, as you can see, there's no plea.
We'll file a waiver, Judge.
All right. This case is Mr. White, Mr. Alan Vinson, your attorney is filing a not guilty plea on your behalf, and your case is going to be further notice for trial.
Hey, ma'am. Ma'am, can I just say something?
It's not advisable.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
It's not advisable to say anything. Nothing's going to change. It can only get worse for you at this point.
Well, can I just file guilty to both of them then?
Mr. Alan Vinson, if you decide to plead guilty to both these charges, you'll be waiving your right to challenge both these charges in a court of law. Once I impose a sentence, that would be the final decision in this case. You will not have a right to appeal. You will not have a right to challenge it. You'll not have a right to say, I changed my mind. You have no right to say, well, I did do the right thing, so I should not be pleading not guilty. So if you decide to do that, and if you're pleading guilty just to get out of jail, that's still not going to go by me.
All right, yes, ma'am. I'll plead guilty to both then. I apologize.
Are you pleading guilty because you were in willful obstruction of a law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
And are you pleading guilty because you criminally trespassed at 3019 Kentucky Court?
No, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea because you are totally admitting to these facts, or are you entering this plea just to get out of jail? I'm sorry, Mr. White, I have to ask these questions.
I'm pleading guilty, ma'am.
Because you admit to these facts?
Yes, ma'am.
Your sentence on the obstruction is going to be 12 months to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days. Balance will be probated. Once all holes have been removed, you are to report to Fulton County Probation immediately, either on a Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, where you will then complete 30 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. You'll be required to do a minimum of 5 hours a month and 5 hours every month thereafter. On count 2 will be 12 months concurrent with count 1, and to stay 200 yards away from 3019 Kentucky Court in East Point, Georgia. You will report to probation every month until the 11 months of probation are completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
There's 2 Kit Kats. Okay. All right. Next case, courtroom 2.
It's going to be position 4 and 5, Terrence Banks.
This is State versus Terrence Banks, case number 24 CR 176J. Mr. Banks, you're accused of battery from a January 8th, 2024 incident, and you've got a bench warrant, 24 FTA 1586, for failure to appear in court on August 1st, 2024. You've been advised of your rights, and your attorney is going to be Mr. White. Terrence Banks is also going to be a plea. Mr. Banks, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Ms. Desiano?
Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months served 90 days, balance, credit for time served 13 days,
23?
23 days, thank you. Balance probated, no contact with Charles Banks, 12 weeks of anger management, and no firearms. And position 5 will be null pros upon the defendant taking the plea to position 4. And we'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue factual basis and ID for purposes of the plea. And if Your Honor can sound for Mr. Charles Banks.
Mr. Charles Banks, if you're on Zoom, please unmute and start your video. I don't see anyone by that name. Okay. Mr. White, do you stipulate, and does your client accept these terms?
We do stipulate and accept the terms, Judge. He understands he has another 22 days in jail to do. And we just ask that the probation go to non-reporting once he completes his 12 weeks of anger management.
Mr. Banks, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
That's my miracle meds,
All right. Even after consuming that, are you able to understand what's going on?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
Repeat?
Yes.
And after your discussions with your attorney, are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes.
And has it been explained to you that by entering such a plea, you give up your right to a trial before a judge or a jury, including your rights to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought before you, present defenses and arguments, and have the state prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of battery from January 8th of this year?
Yes.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 90 days. Credit for time served 23 days. You have an additional 22 more days to serve at the Fulton County Jail. Once you've completed that time, and if there are no other holds, you will report to the Fulton County Probation immediately on the first available Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, whichever is earlier. While you're on probation, you will enroll in an anger management program within 30 days of being released, and you will complete 12 consecutive weekly classes for anger management with no skipping. At all times, you are to have no contact with Charles Banks. You are to stay 200 yards away from him and not communicate with him in any way, form, or manner, and not own and possess any firearms. Your bench warrant is going to be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Medical, who do we have?
This is Miss Cam's client, Mr. Yarbrough, 55.
All right, Calvin Yarbrough has already been advised of his case, his charges, and his attorney is Miss Kim. Miss Kim, how are we proceeding?
Actually, we would like to, we are waiting for the response from ASG Evan Dudley about our request for signature on bond so he can be placed at alternative sentencing and mitigation program that he was referred and accepted.
Mr. Dudley, have you had a chance to address this?
One moment, I'm checking on the email that she sent me here in the chat.
Okay. While we're waiting, courtroom 2, is there any other case we can address?
Next, we can go to,
Do you have Vincent Ponder by any chance?
yeah, but that's gonna be a breakout, Your Honor. That's gonna slow.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Then next case, please.
Position 6 through 10, Mr. Barnes, Jaquavius Barnes.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it online, waiting for him.
Jaquavius Barnes, 20, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matters on our calendar today. Okay. 23 CR 5130H. He's accused of battery, family violence, and obstructing a person from making an emergency phone call from August 21st, 2023. Position 7, he's accused of criminal trespass, 24 CR 2060H, from May 9th, 2023. Position 8, State versus Jaquavius Barnes, 24 CR 7008. He's accused of an additional count of battery, family violence, 2 counts of battery, family violence from May 19th, 2024. And then he's accused of 2 counts of failure to appear. He's got bench warrants under 24 FTA 1579 and 24 FTA 1580. Mr. Barnes, these are the cases that are pending before the state court. You've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. White. Mr. White, is this going to be a negotiated plea with regards to all 5 cases?
Yes, Judge, he is pleading guilty to the 3 actual cases, and I understand the state will be not processing the FTAs.
Okay. Mr. Barnes, if we please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? You need to repeat your response?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Daciano, let's begin with position number 6.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may, small preliminary matter. I see the victims on the line here. In these all cases all involve the same victim. In 2 of the cases, her name is spelled without the E on the end. Of course, she's put the E on her name today, so I expect that the name has the E on the end, and we would just have the sentence sheet reflect the correct spelling of the victim's name as Michelle, common spelling. For position 6, Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 for count 1, 12 months, serve 120 days, credit for time served 17 days, balance probated, no further contact with Michelle Todd, stay away from 245 Basewood Court, FVIP, ADET, drug and alcohol screening, and no firearms. For count 2, 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. For position 7, 12 months probation concurrent with position 6, 23 CR 5130H. And for position 8, count 1, 12 months probation to run consecutive to position 6. Credit for time served 14 days. And count 2 will merge with count 1. So total, the state's recommended 24 months, serve 120 days, credit for time served 17 days, and the remaining conditions, Your Honor. We have been in touch with Ms. Todd. She is on the Zoom, Your Honor. She is not in agreement with the no contact and the stay away. She's in agreement with all of the other terms. It's my understanding that she voiced those concerns as well on SEA. Of course, the state's recommending no contact and stay away, and the defendant has apparently accepted those terms based on the fact that there's 3 cases now involving the same victim. And I expect that she will want to be heard on that, Your Honor, if you can sound for her at the appropriate time. And we'd ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and ID for purposes of the plea.
Well, Mr. White, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Judge.
Thank you. Miss Michelle Todd, so if you'd like to unmute.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Did you have something to add to these cases?
The only thing was
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. What would you like to tell us?
The only thing is just no contact, because we do communicate with each other and live together.
He won't be allowed to live with you.
Oh,
Judge,
okay.
if I could address that, I mean, if the alleged victim is asking that they be allowed to have contact, I don't see the issue. She wants to have contact.
The only thing I said, Mr. White, that he won't be allowed to live with her. I haven't ruled on the no contact.
Okay.
And Judge, to be clear, his bond orders have ordered no contact and stay away from the first case.
Yes, I'm familiar with the cases. Yes. Ms.
Those-
Todd, anything else?
No.
Okay. If Michelle Todd would like to have communication with Jaquavius Rashad Barnes for the duration of the first 12 months of probation, he will be equipped with an ankle monitor, and the monitoring fees are to be paid by him as a condition to probation. And this will be assured that he can communicate with Ms. Todd. He can have a parenting plan with Ms. Todd if they share children together, but he has to stay away from 245 Basswood Court, and he has to stay away from wherever Ms. Todd lives. He cannot share the same household, the same roof, and the same home with her. He needs to maintain a complete separate residence from Michelle Todd and the children that he shares with her. And he would need to file a legitimation action if he's not already done so, and obtain a court order to establish the parenting plan. So 2 additional requirements would be filing a legitimation action for a parenting plan and an ankle monitor for a minimum period of 12 months. Monitoring fees to be paid by Mr. Barnes. Mr. White, would your client like to consider this plea offer, or I can reset the case for
Judge, can we do a breakout? It shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes, but this is all new.
That's fine. Courtroom, the host, please place courtroom 2 and Tom White in a breakout. Ms. Todd, please mute your screen. And let's address, Kelvin Yarbrough. Ms. Kim, are we ready to? Mr. Dudley, are you ready to address Mr. Kelvin Yarbrough, position 51?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is going to deny or oppose the request for a signature bond, and have the state's recommendation remain the same, and we can add on the ACT treatment to the conditions of his plea.
All right, I'm not sure what was communicated with you, Mr. Dudley. So you're going to oppose the signature bond, would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, let me correct the record. This is position 55, state versus Kelvin Yarbrough, who's right now in the medical facility. So Ms. Kim, the state's going to oppose the signature bond.
Yes, so we would like to actually argue for the bond hearing then.
Okay, are you filing a waiver of arraignment and for both cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kelvin Yarbrough, with regards to your 2 cases, 24 CR 6457E and 24 CR 6460E, your attorney is filing a waiver of arraignment and entering a not guilty plea on both these cases. If you give me just a moment to get to, okay. So for Kelvin Yarbrough, with regards to both cases, his total bond is presently $5,000 surety bond. Okay. Yes, Ms. Kim, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Apparently, according to he is referred and recommended by Dr. Rashida McNeil at Alternative Sentencing and Mitigation Specialist at Atlanta Judicial Circuit to actually start the program called ACT, which he has been already accepted. I just don't want him to lose a spot because it's very, very hard to have a spot available for this kind of program. And he is enrolled, and the responsible person is Akeisha Robinson, and the program is called Assertive Community Treatment. And there's a team, and he will be enrolled, and he will be getting treatment that is a lot more healthier than being in a jail. We would like to request that he will be directly released to that program under Akeisha, what's her last name? Robinson's supervision, so that way he can get better.
All right, Ms. Washington, do you have Mr. Yarbrough's GCIC, please?
It was just switched to me. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Give me just a second. I'm sorry, Judge. It's not working. Give me just a second.
All right, while we're waiting, is Terrian Durham on the Zoom? Medical, could you mute, please, while we are waiting? It's going to be a lot of background noise. Thank you. Is Terrian Durham on the Zoom? All right, the alleged victim is not on the Zoom.
When we ask, is that Sharon Key? You know, sometimes people don't have the right name.
Judge, he has 28 cycles. He is currently, his last conviction was in 2009 for aggravated stalking, aggravated assault, burglary, terroristic threats, and kidnapping. In 2009, it was 10 years confinement, 5 years probation. His last arrest was in 2020 for probation violation on that case.
All right, Mr. Dudley, any response?
The state would just request that the bond remain as it was set. I believe that's a reasonable bond. He has 2 battery family violence separate cases with the same victim within 10 days of each other, Your Honor. We understand the need for him to get treatment, and we believe that he will be able to do so as a condition of this plea after he has served the days set forth in this plea.
But he has to serve 66 days more. I'm just very afraid that that's too long for the spot to be on hold for him to get that treatment.
So Mr. Yarbrough was incarcerated and released in 2019. In 2020, he already was arrested for a probation violation.
2024.
No, 2020.
2020. Mhm.
And he was released in August of 2021 after serving 246 days. And in 2024, he was arrested again for battery family violence on 3 counts of battery family violence. And 10 days later, he was arrested again on September 12th for 2 completely separate incidents, including battery family violence. I'm looking at the breakdown of the bond, and right now, he doesn't want to spend additional jail time because he's afraid that he might lose out on the ACT program. I don't think that's the approach or the logic that I'm going to adopt, Ms. Kim. My situation is that Mr. Yarbrough has yet to assimilate himself without reoffending, and he has not done that successfully. I don't see why I should give him a signature bond just because he has been unable to avoid reoffending. The fact that he might be deprived of an ACT program in and of itself is not enough for me to release him back into the community, given this criminal history background. The request for a bond is denied. The case is of further notice for trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Courtroom 2, we are going back to
Position 6 through 10, Mr.
yes,
Barnes.
thank you, sir. Yeah.
And Judge, I've talked to Mr. Barnes, and we would just like to accept the plea as initially negotiated with the no contact and stay away.
Ms. Todd? Michelle Todd? Has she dropped off?
I don't think she's still on.
Okay, all right. Mr. Barnes, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Have you understood what's going on in your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that by pleading guilty to multiple counts of battery family violence, that if you are subsequently arrested for a similar offense, that will automatically be a felony charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your legal services?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you entering this plea freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not get a chance to have a trial to challenge these charges in a court of law, to challenge the evidence brought before you, to confront your accusers, to be able to have your assistance of your counsel to present your arguments and defenses, and have the state carry its burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Under 23 CR 00513OH, how do you plead to 1 count of battery and 1 count of obstructing or hindering a person from making an emergency phone call?
Guilty.
The sentence on the battery is 12 months to serve 120 days, credit for time served 17 days. You'll be then on probation. Once you're released, you're to report to probation on the first available Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday. You are to have no further contact with Michelle Todd. Even though she indicates that she wants to have contact with you, if you violate the no contact, probation is authorized to revoke your entire sentence and have you serve out the rest of the time in prison. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You are to stay away from 245 Basswood Court. Within 30 days of being released, you shall enroll in a domestic violence intervention program and attend all 26 weeks of classes with no skipping. Within 15 days of being released, you are to enroll in an alcohol and drug evaluation and submit yourself to treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
You will be subject to random screens for illegal drugs and alcohol. So that means for the 24 months that you're on probation, you're not allowed to consume any illegal drugs and no alcohol. And given the nature of this conviction, you are never to possess any firearms for the rest of your life. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
On count 2, the obstruction, that will be 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. Under 24 CR 2060H, how do you plead to criminal trespass?
Yes.
This will be 12 months probation concurrent to position number 6. Position number 8, 24 CR 7008H, how do you plead to battery, family violence? 2 counts. Oh, excuse me, 1 count of battery, family violence.
Yes.
Count 2 will merge into count 1. With regards to count 1, that will be 12 months probation consecutive to position number 6. You will be given credit for 14 days, and you are to report to probation on the consecutive term every month while complying with no contact with Michelle Todd and stay away from the 245 Basswood Court, and again, no firearms. The FWIP requirement and the alcohol and drug evaluation requirement will be concurrent, and the random screens for drug and alcohol screening will be consecutive. If you share children with Miss Michelle Todd, you'll be required to file a legitimation action and get a court order to establish paternity, joint visitation, and joint custody, and that any joint visitation will be done through a third party. You shall not contact Ms. Todd directly in order to conduct your visitation. That concludes your sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anyone else in courtroom 2?
We have the Spanish interpreter on for position 37 and 38. If we can go there.
Who is representing?
That's fine, Judge, and obviously I'm going to need a breakout room with the Spanish interpreter and my client.
Okay. Miss courtroom 2, you're going to go into a breakout with Rolando Lopez. Miss Torres, good morning, or is it afternoon?
Good morning.
All right.
Almost afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good evening.
You're going to see a message on your screen to join a breakout. And Mr. White, same there. Please note the breakout. Miss Kim?
Thank you.
We are
Yes, Your
going
Honor.
to address the bench warrant.
Actually, I was not able to convey the offer from the solicitor. I texted him, but he's not really familiar with the text. So I asked the host to put us back to the breakout room to finish up.
Let's start first. 23 CR 004779F. This is State versus Clifford Milliam, accused of battery, family violence. Mr. Milliam, please unmute your screen. Mr. Milliam, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Milliam, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Ms. Kim. Have you been in conversations with the attorney, Ms. Kim?
Yeah,
Are you able to hear me and understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
Now, Mr. Milliam, this is an active case for battery family violence for an incident from May 22nd, 2020. You failed to appear in court for your jury trial on September 30th, 2024. That's why there's a bench warrant presently against you. Do you understand?
yeah.
Currently, there is no bond set on the bench warrant. So the attorney, Ms. Kim, is going to speak to you privately. Whoever is assisting you there, is she still there?
No,
it's on.
Okay, you're going to see a message on your screen to join a breakout. Will the host please place Mr. Milliam and Ms. Kim in a breakout session?
Thank you.
There's $1,000 surety on there
Okay.
for the FTA.
All right, Ms. Desiano, Kasha, I'm sorry, we'll be in a brief recess until one of these cases pops back in. Thank you. All right, Mr. Milliam, the host, please remove Mr. Milliam from. I think Mr. All right. Ms. Kim, how are we proceeding?
Yes, we would like to request for order to set aside the bench warrant
On the grounds?
because the mail was never received and he moved and it was not forwarded and he filed new address on October.
After the court date?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Desiano?
Your Honor, I'm showing from his booking screen from when he was arrested in 2020 that he put his address as 50 Clay Street, and the notice that went out for the Stevie bench warrant that he looks like he signed, he put 50 Clay Street. So I'm confused if his address is different. He's shown up to his previous court dates, and according to the most recent notice in the court record, it's the same address. So we would ask for the bench warrant to issue.
I'm looking, I don't see a change of address, Miss Kim. It's always been 50 Clay Street, so, and there's no return to sender. So what are we talking about?
I was told that he moved from that location.
And regardless, Your Honor, he showed up to his previous jury trial calendar. He's well aware that this case is pending.
Okay. I'm going to deny the request to set aside the bench warrant. Mr. Milliam will be required to report to the Fulton County Jail by tomorrow before 5 p.m. The bond is currently set at $1,000 surety. And once he makes bond, he must make sure that he provides a current mailing address where the court can then send him notices for him to come back to court. Mr. Milliam?
Yes.
All right. The bench warrant is still active. You're required to report to the Fulton County Jail before 5 p.m. tomorrow, Friday, October 25th. And once you're processed through intake, you can be released on the $1,000 surety bond. No further contact with, I think it was it Charlotte?
Yes.
My wife.
I beg your pardon?
My wife.
Yeah, you're not to have any contact with her. And make sure you provide us with a good mailing address so we can send you notice for your next court date.
All right.
And Mr. Milliam,
Yes.
if you move and you change your address, the first folks that need to find out is the court. You have never changed your address with the clerk of court.
All right.
All right. Who is the gentleman with you?
My son,
All right. What's your son's name?
Clifford Miles Jr.
All right. Mr. Milliam Jr.,
Yes,
do you understand what I've just said?
yes.
All right. So your father has to report to the Fulton County Rice Street Jail. And once he's processed, he can be released on $1,000 surety bond.
Okay.
Ms. Daciano, will you be able to submit a proposed order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. That concludes this case.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Milliam, you're free to go as well. Don't forget to report to the jail tomorrow.
Sure.
All right. Going back to Rolando Lopez.
And Judge, we're going to be filing a waiver, entering a not guilty plea at this point.
Right.
Señoría, estamos presentando una renuncia y nos vamos a declarar no culpable por el momento.
Told, do you swear that information that you just translated and everything else thereafter is going to be a true and accurate translation with no changes or embellishments?
Yes, Your Honor. And
Thank you.
I'd like to apologize in advance. They're doing pressure washing on the building, and that is the background noise that you are hearing. I apologize.
Well, I'll tell you, you are the only one hearing it. I don't hear it, so.
Oh, great.
No
Okay,
apology. Okay. This is State versus Rolando Lopez.
Este caso es el Estado contra
case-
Rolando López.
His case number is 23 CR 6582E, accused of battery, family violence.
El número de caso es 23 CR 006582E. Se le ha imputado el delito de acometimiento, violencia en el hogar.
The incident date is October 21st, 2023.
La fecha del incidente es el 21 de octubre 2023.
Mr. Lopez has been arrested for failure to appear to court when summoned on September 23, 2024.
Al señor López lo arrestaron por falta de comparecencia según el citatorio judicial el 23 de septiembre de 2024.
His bench warrant case number is 24 FTA 1454.
El número de caso que corresponde a la orden de captura sería 24 FTA 001454.
Mr. Lopez, your attorney, Mr. White, has filed a waiver of arraignment and entered a not guilty plea on your behalf.
Señor López, su abogado, el licenciado White, ha presentado una renuncia a la instrucción de cargos y también ha manifestado una declaración de no culpable en nombre de usted.
Both your cases are going to be reset for a trial.
Ambos casos serán aplazados para un juicio.
That concludes these cases.
Estos casos están concluidos por el día de hoy.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tolles. Do we need a Spanish interpreter for any of the cases?
I don't believe, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tolles.
Thank you. You all have a great day.
You too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Courtroom 2, do we have any other cases?
The only one we have left, Your Honor, is 4142, Mr. Ponder.
Okay, thank you. Courtroom 2, and who's representing Mr. Ponder?
See.
Who is representing Mr. Haddad? Would that be you?
No, Judge, Jay Kim, Judge.
Ms. Kim?
Yes, Your Honor.
We are addressing position 41 and 42, Vincent Ponder. Is that your
Yes.
client? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will the host please place our court reporter, Evan Dudley, Ms. Kim, myself, and courtroom 2 in a breakout, please, along with Tasha and where is Mrs. Ponder or Miss Ponder? So I guess all the individuals that you see on the screen, those would be Mr. Jordan, if you could place us in a breakout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Bartel available? He's in courtroom 2? Ms. Kasha, could you please text Mr. Bartel and see if he's ready? Because we can put him in, we can go into a breakout as soon as we're done with Mr. Ponder's case.
Okay.
It will be in a brief recess until Ms. Kim comes out.
Your Honor, my client announces to, our announcement is negotiated plea, Your Honor.
All right. And with the monitoring fees and the MH within 7 days, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is State versus Vincent Ponder, case 24 CR 000982C. We're going to resume with his plea hearing. Mr. Ponder, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? Okay. Mr. Dudley, this is going to be a 12 months to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days, to stay away from the Texaco gas station, a ankle monitor for the first 90 days of probation, and to seek an MH within 7 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Kim, you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ponder, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Amen.
Have you understood what's going on in this case?
Amen.
And you understand that you're going to be on probation and on an ankle monitor to make sure that you comply with the terms?
Yes.
Excuse me, in your conversations with your attorney, have you understood your waiver of rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the legal services you have received?
Yes.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you will not have a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not be able to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence that will be brought against you, to be able to go into a court with your attorney to present your defenses and arguments, and also waive your right to have the state carry its burden and prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to criminal trespass
Yes.
at a Texaco gas station on March 1st?
Yes.
Repeat?
The trespass guilty, right? It's guilty.
Okay. You're pleading guilty to this charge. Your sentence is going to be 12 months to serve 28 days, credit for time served 14 days. You'll be released within 24 hours and you report and you'll be equipped with an ankle monitor upon release. Do you understand?
Ma'am.
Once you are released with an ankle monitor, you will pay for those monitoring fees per month as a condition to your probation. Your first report date for probation is Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
All right.
Within 7 days of being released, you are to undergo a MH evaluation and submit yourself to all MH treatment and be compliant with all medication.
Yes, ma'am.
You are also to stay 200 yards away from the Texaco gas station at 2716 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive in Southwest Atlanta. You're not allowed on that property, on the parking lot, the sidewalks, and definitely not in that store.
Amen.
If you fail to comply with any of these conditions and fail to report to probation every month, you will be arrested again and serve out the rest of the year in prison.
Amen.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe that his mother said he resides with his mother whose address is 2640 MLK. I want to make sure that that is not within 200 yards from the gas station because it was only 3 minutes from that place.
Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to I'll amend it to he needs to stay 50 yards away from the gas station.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Which is half a football field, right? Miss Kim, you're such an NFL fan. Isn't it half a football field?
I'm not an NFL fan, Your Honor.
Football field.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ponder. Best of luck.
All right.
Quorum 2, do we have any other cases?
I hope not, Your Honor. No, Judge.
All right, is Mr. Bartel available?
Your Honor, what about position Miss Gillard? We were in the middle of a plea and there was a question and we stopped.
What position number was it?
ACDC. She
Position
wanted to take
22.
the negotiated plea, Your Honor. She thought it was Your Honor was asking about district attorney when you mentioned, have you ever talked to your attorney? So she got kind of confused.
What position number was it? I'm sorry, this is like 40 cases ago.
22 and 23, Your Honor.
I thought we took a plea.
We didn't,
Yes.
we stopped,
Okay,
we stopped.
ACDC has already signed off. If we can get her back on, by the time I'm done with my competency calendar, I'll be glad to proceed with the plea. Otherwise, she's going to be reset to next Tuesday.
Okay, I'll call ACDC.
And Your Honor, I'm preparing the order for the bench warrant case. What time
Okay.
did you tell him to report to the Fulton County Jail by?
Before 5 p.m.
Okay.
on July,
By Monday, right?
yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, you said tomorrow, didn't you?
No, it's October 25th, which is tomorrow, before 5 p.m.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, does the court wish to hear a couple of my announcements before going to?
Wait a minute, we all over the place now.
Okay,
Stay here.
all right. Just 1 second, Mr. Haddad. All right. Mr. Bartel will be going into the competency with Ms. Desiano and Ms. Kasha very shortly. Just let me go over the calendar so I can release folks who are still on the Zoom.
There's somebody here about somebody Rico
Yeah.
Brown.
I know, that's a competency case. Position 1, Alexander Allen Vinson was a plea. Position 2, Aquat was a plea. 3, Baker was a plea. 4 was a plea. 5 was null prost. 6 is a plea. 6, 7, and 8 were pleas. 9 and 10 were null prost. 11, Bowen was waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. 12, Omar Brand. What's the announcement? 12 and 13 and 14.
I think it's waiving Raymond.
Mr. White, is that your client?
It is, Judge. We waived.
Okay. 12, 13, and 14 is a waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. Shall we mute courtroom 2, please? Thank you. Position 15, Michael Brown was a plea. 16, Jarvis Cooper is transferred to the district attorney's office as a felony matter.
And Judge,
Your Honor, to be clear, it hasn't been transferred yet. It's recommended to be transferred, and in candor, we're waiting on the medical records from the victim because the victim suffered a broken ankle. And so we would request a reset, and realistically, if we could do possibly 2 weeks, so we have time to get all that documentation.
Okay, I'm so sorry. The notes I got from the PD was transferred. So past tense, so I assumed it's already been transferred. So it's still not transferred. Okay. That is Mr. White. Mr. White, yes, what's your response for Jarvis Cooper?
Judge, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that we'd ask for a reset, and we'd actually ask for a week. I mean, I don't think it should take any longer than a week to get what they need.
A week is fine, Your Honor.
October 31st, pending transfer.
Thank you, Judge.
Position 17 and 18 were pleas. Position 19 is a plea. 20, Krishan Dunn is
19.
Mr. Haddad?
We're waiving arraignment and I plead not guilty. I'll file the appropriate paperwork, Judge.
Thank you. Position 21, Fos was a plea. 22 is, hopefully we can see her 22 and 23 after our competency calendar. Richard Goodman, position 24 and 25 was released and further notice for trial. Same for announcement for 26, 27, further released and further notice for trial. 28, Anthony Graham was a plea. 29, Henderson, what are we doing? And that's reset to 10/29 on a Tuesday. So 29 and 30 and 31 are reset to 10/29.
Can we do that the Thursday counter? Tuesday's already out.
Was it already pre-arranged for October 29th? Who's got Henderson? Ms. Kim, or were you just hoping for the 29th?
Hold on, please, Your Honor. 29.
Yeah, you have to understand, the counters go out in a week in advance, and then we have to rush to get the add-on.
It's pretty packed on the 29th. I can reset it to the 31st.
Sure.
Okay.
That should be fine, Your Honor. She has a loan.
Okay. So positions 29, 30, and 31 are reset to October 31st. 32, Hewley was a plea. 33, Hurst was a plea. 34 was a plea. 35, Oscar Jones.
Your Honor, if we can reset Mr. Jones for 2 weeks, he's got a felony probation hold that I'm trying to sort out in a new, an old FTA, so if we can reset 2 weeks.
Reset November 7th. Danica Lee. Waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
37 and 38 waiver of arraignments and further notice for trial. 39, McNulty, 40 were pleas. 41, Ponder was a plea. 42 was null pros. 43, Anson Smith.
He refused to come to court.
Your Honor, this has been an ongoing, he refuses to talk to the PD's office, refuses to come to court. I mean, to me, it sounds like a not guilty plea.
The court is going to construe his failure to appear, his refusal to appear as a not guilty plea. This is for case 24 CR 6487F, and it's going to be further notice for trial. 44, Deja Smith Johnson is a plea. Oh, no, I think it was further notice for trial, correct?
November the
Yes,
seventh.
Your Honor. It was reset. I
Oh,
mean,
it's reset,
other-
okay.
SAP, November the seventh.
That's right, pending her other case, yeah. 45, Jarvis Teague. What are we doing? Jarvis Teague.
was
Judge, that
released.
case was
Null
null
pros.
pros.
Okay,
I haven't received it yet. Make sure y'all send that non-process.
all right, Ms. Desiano, Mr. Dudley, could you send us the null pros on position 45,
Even though
please?
he's released.
Will do.
Thank you. 46 Watson is a waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial. 47 Wilkinson,
Was a plea.
48, 49 were pleas. 50 Aaron Williams,
Was a plea.
It was plea, Your Honor.
a plea, okay. Tyson Williams was also a plea, 52 was a plea. 53 was a plea. 54 Cortez Wright. Who represents Cortez Wright?
I don't know, put it off at
55 is a waiver of arraignment and further notice for trial, 55 and 56. The only question I have is Cortez Wright.
I was not able to interview him.
Okay, that's reset to 10:31.
Sure.
Okay. If the host could place, is Mr. Bartel back in courtroom two?
He's here.
Okay, everyone who needs to be in a breakout for the competency calendar, please start your video. So that would be courtroom two, Ms. Desiano, Ms. Lewis, our court reporter. Do I just go back into the same breakout?
I don't know if Mr. Jordan deleted that room or not.
Yeah, he did. I don't
No,
know.
he didn't. It's all still in there, but it has different people in there, so. He had to add, hold on, I don't know where he's at. He may be getting us together here. If not, I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got.
Oh, you got it, Michael? Alright. Well, go ahead, handle your business.
up.
No problem, go ahead. I got things to be doing.
So we just have 22, 23, and 54 question marks.
Yeah. A lot of leads.
See you, Dwayne.
Send this paperwork to you. Missing a lot of non-process. At this time.
Katrina?
He went into the breakout room.
Well, I think I'm supposed to be in that breakout room, Michael. Hey there.
We're just discussing the cases, so you didn't have to report anything in there.
So I don't need to go into the competency breakout?
No, you're good. As a matter of fact, I'll check with her to see if anybody's taking any pleas on there.
Okay, all right, so I'll just hang tight. Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
call real quick and see if they plan on taking any pleas on there.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
I'm just curious. We never had a court reporter separately because it was YouTube recording. Do you know like why we have a court reporter now? I'm just curious.
What was your question?
The question is, like we didn't actually have court reporter in person because we always had YouTube recording. So is there any reason that we do have one now today?
So the court reporter is always on the SAP calendar, not the SCA calendar.
Oh, we always
Because
had
they're
it at, okay. I just didn't
right, because they're
realize.
taking extra time, please. That's why we have a court reporter.
I see.
Or on here, but they don't do it on the SCA calendar.
I see. I see. Thank you. Appreciate it. Learning.
Hey, Ms. Kim?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we're
Everybody
ready.
else is in breakout room right now.
Okay,
So as soon as that competency calendar breakout room is over, they will come out and then she can finish up her plea.
okay.
Alrighty. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Bartel, thank you. All right, we are going to miss position 54 at ACDC. Was it 54?
Your Honor, that looks like the defendant for position 22.
22, excuse me. Okay. Ms. Kim, have you spoken to Trinicia Gilead? Ms. Kim? J. Kim? Mr. Bartel? Or Mr. Haddad, anyone from the Public Defender's Office? Is Miss Kim in the breakout with anything?
No, the breakout rooms are all closed, Judge.
Miss Gilead, have you spoken to your attorney?
Yes, I spoke over the phone. She told me to tell you.
No, just yes or no. Have you spoken to your attorney?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all you have to say. Thank
I
you.
just texted Miss Kim, Your Honor, to log on.
Mr. Bartel? All right. Is
Yes,
any
Your
of the PDs in the courtroom?
Yes, I'm back.
All right. Miss Kim, Trinicia Gilead,
Yes,
and how we want to proceed after your conversation with her?
negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is case 23 CR 8012Y. We had begun with the plea hearing for Miss Trinicia Gilead. Ms. Gilead, you've already been advised of your rights, and your attorney is Miss Kim. I understand that the state had offered 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, to be placed on probation to do an anti-theft class, 40 hours of community service, no contact with Aditi Arun, and stay away from Georgia Tech property. Would that be correct, Ms. Daciana?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Kim, are these the terms to which your client has agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your
Ms.
Honor, did you
Gilead?
say, I'm sorry, did you say community service?
40 hours of community service.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Gilead, you've been previously sworn. I'm going to ask you some questions to make sure that you're entering a guilty plea to theft by taking freely, willingly, and knowingly. Do you understand? You need to speak up, okay? Ms. Gilead, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
So,
Have you understood what's going on in your case?
can you tell me what that situation is? Do you mind?
Sit up, come closer to the computer,
I
and
didn't hear what you said earlier, so I need you to repeat what you said earlier.
what I said was the recommended sentence, if you decide to plead guilty, is to serve 12 months, 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, so your jail time would be over, and you'll be released and placed on probation for a period of 11 and a half months. While you're on probation, you need to complete an anti-theft class, do 40 hours of voluntary community service, stay away from all Georgia Tech property, and have no contact with Arun Aditi or Aditi Arun.
Okay.
Are these the terms to which you'd like to accept if you want to plead guilty?
Sure.
As I was asking you, are you satisfied with your legal services? Are you satisfied with your attorney?
I did. I didn't speak to him, but this is my first time hearing about it, so I didn't realize that I had my legal probation.
You
I didn't
have
know I was on probation from Georgia Tech. I didn't realize that, so nobody spoke to me. This is my first time somebody speaking to me.
If you want to plead guilty to theft by taking, you will begin probation on this case.
Okay, I took that by taking it. Okay. So I have probation for 12 months. How much is the probation?
Ms. Kim, have you gone over these questions with her?
Yes, I did twice. I'll be happy to talk again.
Okay.
No, we're gonna reset this case.
No, I take the guilt. I don't understand why I can't ask questions.
I'm gonna reset the case because I don't get the
No,
feeling
I'll
that
just
you,
take a guilty plea and go to probation and do the classes like you said.
if you plead guilty to theft by taking today, you start probation on next Monday and you're on probation for 11 and a half months.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions about your sentence for this case?
No.
If you decide to accept this plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court and have a trial. You will not get the opportunity for a trial before a judge or a jury. You won't be able to confront your accuser. You won't be able to challenge the evidence presented against you and have the prosecutor prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to give up these rights?
Yeah.
Are you entering a plea willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yeah.
How do you plead to theft by taking from December 14th, 2023?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. Your jail time is over and you will be released within 24 hours. Upon release, you will then report to probation on Monday, October 28th before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. You must report there on Monday, October 28th, and then report there every month, once a month, for the rest of the 11 and a half months. Do you understand?
Yes.
While you're on probation, you are to have no contact with Aditi Arun. You are to stay away from all property belonging to Georgia Tech. You are to enroll in an anti-theft class within 30 days of being released and complete the class. And you are to do 40 hours of voluntary community service with any nonprofit agency like Atlanta Food Bank, Animal Rescue, Salvation Army. You can go to any of these nonprofits, but you must complete a minimum of 5 hours per month.
Okay.
If you complete the anti-theft class and you complete the community service, your probation may be non-reporting, but you're still required to stay away from all Georgia Tech property.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about this sentence?
Yeah. No. No.
Your bench warrant is dismissed.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Francois, for coming back on.
You're welcome, Judge Law. Not a problem.
Take care.
All
Ms.
right.
Kim, we have position 54, Cortez Wright. I don't know who represents him. Is that you?
Yes, I have
And-
been having a hard time to talk to him. Is he available?
No, he's not.
So can we?
Reset to October 31st?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, folks, that concludes our calendar. Thank you very much, and
Thank
we will
you.
resume next Tuesday. Ms. Greenhouse, you're a trooper. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Everybody, please send your paperwork in a time enough manner. I got the judge here. Please send it. I got your null process. Thank you. I think I got all your.
I got one last order that I'm sending you.